want to set down recent events in my life, because I'm afraid that this may be the last chance. To begin with, my name is Leon Cowles. I was born in Provo, Utah, although I have lived most of my life here in Portland, Oregon. I've always been rather an intellectual person, preferring books and video games to basketball and football. In grade school, I was a loner and had few, if any, friends. In middle and high school, I began to read fantasy novels and mild occult books. At first, just that wick and fluff stuff, if anything, keeps people from learning anything of real importance of historical accuracy. Eventually, I got into more intelligent and orthodox literature, such as carefully documented paranormal experiments and well-researched Kabbalic lore. In college, at the Institute of Jewelry Technology in Paris, Texas, my reading turned to Poe, Borges, and Lovecraft. I learned a bit of Hebrew and Latin to be able to read some of the occult books, whose English translation I didn't trust. I also learned the Phatharic and Arabic alphabet to better understand the various magical symbols. After returning home and finding a job as a jeweler for a local reseller, I started taking long walks in my spare time. I've always felt out of place in society and hiked through local forests and mountains to be alone. The more isolated and untouched, the better. The Pacific Northwest is fortunately rich in forests and wild areas to wander my heart's content. Over time, I became adept at finding excellent locations, sometimes shockingly close to civilization, yet somehow unnoticed by everyone who passes by. I even run across some ruins here and there, some amazingly close to town, but abandoned long ago, nonetheless. In a place that can be found on no city map, only 10 blocks from my house, I found an abandoned water reservoir, along with several buildings left to slowly decay many decades ago. Beneath Rocky Butte, I found long mazes and natural caves, totally untouched by anyone so far, not half a mile or two from the biggest freeways in the state. On an island in the Columbia River that I swam to, I found an ancient farmhouse and barn, quietly decomposing for who knows how long. The places with ruins are my favorite, bringing a much more solid feeling to the sense of loss and past wonder that I feel about this world. Not my favorite due to the high foot traffic some days, but certainly very close by for me is the famous Forest Park, the largest city park in the world. It's more than 11 miles long and several miles wide in some areas. It covers more than 5,100 acres, and as the name implies, it's almost entirely covered in dense old-growth forest. It's easy to lose your way along the many miles of winding trails, and more than once I've gotten turned around myself, despite my experience outdoors. Forest Park is a wild and beautiful place in the light of day, but at night, and in certainly especially overgrown groves, where the dense canopy blots out most of the daylight, it has a sinister and feral reputation. Perhaps its danger lie in its many fissures, canyons, and steep and often wet trails. Or just maybe it has something to do with the certain ruins in its depths. There are also occasional reports of great cats, we have mountain lions in this area, who carry off small dogs and local animals. What is fact is the danger is present in the Forest Park after darkness falls. Once every few years, a body or two is found by hikers or their dogs, often old, partially eaten, and badly decomposed. I remember in 1999, they found a number of bodies arranged in some kind of strange diagram over several hundred feet. Even this year, in 2008, they found 2 corpses there. My own incident at Forest Park began one early afternoon a week ago. I was going to go hiking in the south central region on a few trails that I've never been on before. I'd planned on being out until evening, so I brought along a lunch, iced tea, my mini flashlight, one never knows when they'll find a new cave or ruin, and a notebook. I parked my car at the lower Macload trailhead and set off along the edge of the creek, heading into the park. Along my left, the creek ended under a huge wooden lattice that led into a huge sewer pipe and downhill under the city and into the Willamette River. There is a rumor that the Portland catacombs connect to the sewer pipe at some point. Further along the creek is some kind of wooden walkways, raised about 20 feet or so above the water, and connect to some old, crumbling masonry in and beside the stream. I've read that this used to be part of the original watershed that served Portland, and I guess that was part of that. In the bed of the creek, several ancient stone walls and pieces of brickwork can be seen to those with a keen eye. Beyond a bridge, a little waterfall off the trail, up a hill, and beyond a huge pine tree, a headstone with the name Oliver can be seen. No one has ever dug up the little grave, so no one knows who or what Oliver used to be. Further still, along the steep, rocky, and often slippery wet trail, about 1 mile in, is the witch's house. This was once a public restroom, but in 1962 it was critically damaged by a storm and abandoned, rather than repaired. It's now by far the best known and most recent ruin in the forest park. It's the stone walls and the foundation of a small house built into the side of a steep hill. The 2 basements rooms loomed cold, empty, and reeking of urine and pot through the long open wall facing the trail and creek. At either side of the house is a stone staircase leading to the large single room above. I climbed the stairs and looked through the open doorway to see what I would find today. The witch's house has a very bad reputation after dark, and has its nickname for a reason. It's said that witches and strange cults perform bizarre rituals here. It's strange that although everyone knows about it, nothing is done to prevent it. But I guess no cop wants to hike at night along a long, dangerous trail without a good reason, especially when it would be difficult, if not impossible, for backup to be called in under 20 minutes. The tall hills on either side of the valley also seem to have a confounded way of disturbing radio signals and cell phones in that area, so there isn't even a guarantee that you'd even be able to get a call out. When I looked in, I saw that the cultists had been busy the night before. A red chalk diagram of Kabbalistic origins still laid on the floor. A dozen burnt candles lined its perimeters, and a now dry, garnet-colored fluid was splattered on the floors and walls. Amazingly, anyone who frequents this part of the park will know that this isn't a rare occurrence. Outside the circle near the corner of the room was written some Hebrew symbols, arranged in what appeared to be some kind of appeal or prayer. I carefully set down what was written. Afterwards, I took a bit of time to translate, as best I could with my limited knowledge of Hebrew, the symbols written on the walls. It said, roughly, "We present an offering/sacrifice of blood and respect, awe and fear to you, mighty Clippeth. May your hunger/anger be appeased/satisfied." The Clippeth in Kabbalic lore are demons utterly aliens to this universe. They are neither truly alive or dead by our standards and seem to be ruled by different laws in physics than our own. According to lore, they existed before this universe, their own being destroyed during the creation of ours. To things of this world, they are utterly malignant, evil, insane, hated, and blasphemy-given form. Although they are said to be so mutable in nature that even attributing them forms may be inaccurate. Most Kabbalists say that they're only myths representing sin, and the few that believe in them, even Aleister Crowley, would never try to bargain or make pacts with them, for they comprehend no alliances and seek only to destroy and consume truly living things. I wish now that I had taken the legends of Clippeth more seriously, but I thought of them only as legendary monsters, like dragons or jinns. After writing down that strange appeal, I continued on, up the hill and away from the strange and evil little stone house. I walked for miles, winding this way and that through the hills and forest, enjoying the quiet and solitude of the day. Eventually I became hungry and left the trail, slipping between the brushes and undergrowth. I moved about 50 feet off the trail and into a little clearing to sit down and eat. While eating my lunch of sandwiches and iced tea, a strange thing happened. Something large moved in the vegetation, maybe 40 feet away, off to my left. Thinking that it was a dog or a deer, I stood up to look, but saw nothing. A moment later, the commotion began again. I could now actually see the plant life being shoved aside and hearing the leaves and twigs being crushed. Whatever was making the noise had to be at least as large as a human, but I couldn't see the thing at all. It seemed to be moving in an elliptical pattern, circling behind me and getting closer. After maybe 2 minutes, the noise had moved in about a 90-degree arc and was now behind me, and 30 feet or less away. It still sounded quite large, and was still totally unseen, despite the plant life being no more than 3 feet tall. At this point, I was quite alarmed, and I decided that I might not want to see whatever it was that was out there. I picked up my day pack and quickly moved back to the trail, off into the distance. An hour later, I had all but forgotten my brush with the unseen. It was starting to become dusk, although I didn't have a watch on, so I didn't know the exact time. I had began to circle around on the trails and head back towards my car. Although I was taking a small, seldom used trail I'd never been on before. As I was circling a little hill, I saw some kind of stone pillar standing weathered and overgrown off the trail to my right. Always fascinated by the possibility of examining forgotten artifice, I went to see what it was. The pillar was a basalt column about 4 feet high with some extremely weathered inscription on it. The style looked like the art of the Pacific Northwest Indian tribes. It seemed to be a picture of a hairy biped that was eating or rendering small humans. It made me think of the legends of the old woman of the forest, who some whispered was the same as the Sasquatch, a huge hairy ape witch who would spirit off young children, never to be seen again. About 40 feet away, I saw another little obelisk that looked identical to the one I just looked at. In between, I saw a large, low circular block of concrete and a couple of large basalt blocks with channels cut into the tops and sides. I couldn't decide the original purpose of the blocks. The concrete cylinder looked like an old cistern. It was maybe 15 or 16 feet across, but had recently been altered. The cement plate that served as a cap and was almost a foot thick had partially been removed. It had been lifted and slid to one side, leaving about a 3-foot gap to look into. Peering down into it with the aid of my flashlight, I could see that it was about 30 feet deep and badly damaged by the hands of time and/or vandals. Handholds had been gouged into the inside wall, leading down into the cistern floor. A bed of moldering leaves and sticks covered the floor, which struck me as odd since the cap appeared to have only been moved extremely recently, and it wasn't late enough in the season for the leaves to start falling anyway. I could also see 2 large holes in the cement tube at the bottom, one on either side. One of the holes looked quite large, 6 or 7 feet, while the other side looked quite a bit smaller, maybe 4 feet in diameter. Having no fear of the dark, enclosed spaces, or heights, I began climbing down to further explore this new find. The odor of decaying plants and possibly animal matter hung thick in the air, along with the deep scent of wet earth. Both holes led into crudely cut rock and earth passages. I went into the larger one first and followed it back into the hill. I'm not quite sure how long the passage was before it opened into a small chamber. Visually, it looked like it must have been 40 feet, or possibly more, but I completely passed through it in only 7 steps, which should have only taken me 20 or 21 feet. The little chamber was almost spherical and looked to be about 12 feet across. It looked like the nest of some large animal, with a bed of dirty rags and pale sticks in one corner. I saw a couple of shiny glimmers poking out of the pile and bent down to examine them. The first was an impressive amethyst crystal, about 6 inches long, with many tiny black and red inclusions suspended inside it. The 6 sides, although they looked natural, had been polished and the base had been grounded flat and polished as well. Some strange glyphs had been engraved into the 6 triangular facets that formed the point. Even with the fairly broad knowledge of runes and symbols, I was at a loss as to the origins of the symbols. They did look somewhat like the pictographs I've seen in Central and South American coins and calendars. The crystal had another quality that made it odd, unique, and sinister in aspect. Whenever I looked away, I could see the crystal with only my peripheral vision. The little black and red inclusions would seem to come to life and start moving, like minuscule fish swimming about in an aquarium. But as soon as I would look at it, they would stop and be just as I'd seen them before. As a jeweler, I've seen a number of exotic techniques for creating illusions in gemstones. Some make it to appear to be larger or brighter than they actually are. Some are cut in a specific way to conceal defects, reflect a double image, or even appear to move within the setting. But I've never seen anything like this. Pocketing the crystal for later examination, I turned my attention to the other shiny bit poking out from under the grim rag. It was a watch from the 1980s. Its spring band torn apart and its crystal cracked. A shiver went down my spine as my gaze returned to the pile of pale sticks. As I gingerly pulled one out to look at it, I was horrified to see what I already feared. What I was holding was clearly a human arm or leg bone, snapped in half and many years old. Dropping this once human thing, I turned to retreat from this den of evil. When I got back to the cistern, I looked up expecting to climb back out to safety, but was momentarily paralyzed by fear when I saw something coming into the hole from outside. I shut off my flashlight and darted into the smaller tunnel to hide from whatever it was. It appeared to be a human figure floating in midair and descending past the concrete lid. It then abruptly fell into an unmoving heap before me with a sickening crunch splat, quite obviously dead. It was a man, wearing torn and filthy jeans, an equally filthy flannel shirt, and worn and dirty sneakers. His eyes were open with the look of absolute fear that I'll never be able to forget. His wild and unkempt beard was a sea of red from what must have been a terminal throat wound. Above, I saw nothing. Then the lid slowly began to grate shut. I could see a ghost-like shadow clinging to the gouged handholds in the walls. It looked like a large black ape, with huge bat-like ears and a fanged canine-like snout, and immense cruel claws and long ropey arms. As the lid slid shut, it seemed to become more and more corporeal, until just before all the light failed, it looked completely opaque. I sat still for a moment, hoping to escape its notice, when a huge weight fell invisibly before me, crushing leaves and sticks. I heard a sliding sound, like a giant rag doll being dragged around, and then a nauseous crunching and slurping noise that I thankfully couldn't see. Hoping that the nightmare fiend before me was adequately distracted, I began to slowly and blindly move back into the smaller tunnel. Unfortunately, with all the rubble of the shattered cistern wall about me, I nearly slipped and had to catch myself with my hand, making a small but audible slapping sound. The crunching and slurping instantly stopped, and the giant ragdoll fell to the floor. A sniffing sound and the crunch of leaves a step closer than it had been moments ago. I knew it had found me, and my mind momentarily snapped. I would attack the unseen thing and at least not go down without a fight. I silently picked up a large rock, I think about the size of a brick, and I switched on my flashlight, hoping to catch the living nightmare by surprise. The surprise was mine, though. All I saw was the discarded corpse, now even more reddened than it was before. Where was the black horror? Was it hiding in the cistern beyond my field of vision? Then another step was heard, crunching leaves and twigs, even closer to me. I saw the leaves stir, but I couldn't see the monster. Unable to understand where it was or how to fight it, I threw my stone missile with all the strength and fury of my adrenaline-flushed body. All at once, the rock struck the air and deflected off to the side. A small spray of foul black fluid fell to the ground, and an unearthly scream of pain and rage began not 10 feet in front of me. I turned and ran. As I turned to retreat, I saw from the edge of the flashlight's illumination a huge ghostly ape clutching its face with a giant feral paw. I fled as fast as I could to wherever the tunnel led. My attack momentarily stunned the thing, I think, and it was unable to maneuver its huge bulk through the small tunnel as quickly as I could. The tunnel wound about and descended over a huge distance, miles I think. It eventually broke through another concrete wall and into a wide drainage sewer, one side definitely ascending and the other descending. I could no longer hear the black fiend behind me, but I wasn't going to take chances. I pulled off my day pack, taking only my notebook, and tossed it down the sewer in the descending direction, just at the edge of the water. I hoped that this might mislead the phantom ape and buy me a bit more time, should it reach the wider sewer before I was able to find a way out. I ran off in the opposite direction, taking care to step only in the water to help conceal my scent. The sewer tunnel was about 7 feet in diameter, with the water flowing in the channel along the bottom. The water looked fairly clear and clean, except for the occasional leaf or two. Little salamanders and crayfish scuttled out of my path as I went, making me pretty sure I was in the sewer below the Macload trailhead. After maybe a quarter of a mile, I began to see a little patch of light in the darkness. Another minute and I was in the sewer mouth under the giant wooden lattice I had seen earlier that day. Night had come to the overgrown valley while I was trapped underground. Except for the gurgling of the little creek, all the world seemed as still and as quiet as a grave. Fortunately, escape was possible for me through the wooden wall. Near the middle of the lattice, just above the level of water, a large rock was wedged between two of the beams. I was easily able to squeeze through this slightly enlarged gap, being both thin and flexible. Now, I was only 1,000 feet from my car. I climbed the lattice back to the trail, now exhausted, and kept moving as quickly as I could towards my goal. My pants were ripped in several places, and my hands were covered in scratches from the speed of my desperate flight, but I was at least alive. I climbed back into my car, drove home, and collapsed into a deep, dreamless sleep. Somehow I always sleep better when I'm under stress. I don't know why, but I do. I thought I was safe. I thought that the nightmare was behind me. A week later, and I'm starting to feel better. In the meantime, I had done some reading and research. I had decided that the thing I saw was a Cryptid, ruled by the laws of an extinct universe. It seemed that it reacts to light differently, being visible in darkness rather than light. If those Indian columns are any indication of how long it's been around, then I would guess that it's probably unaging and maybe not even able to be killed at all. However, I am sure that something as vile and violent as that isn't around and active all the time, or the body count would be in the hundreds each year. Perhaps it can only be alive at certain times or under certain astrological conditions. I don't know. The amethyst baffles me. I can't be sure what connection it has to that Cryptid horror. It may be the thing that binds it to this world, like a golem's phylactery. But it's not over. Earlier today, when I was looking into my backyard, I saw the bushes being moved through and something stirring the fallen leaves on the grass. I watched carefully and know that it was no mere wind or a neighborhood cat. I know it has come for me, or the crystal, or both. I smashed the crystal moments before I started writing this. Now all I can do is wait and see what happens. This is a difficult story for me to tell you, but I think it's important for you to be informed. There is something in the mountains in Montana. I don't know what it is, but I know it's deadly. My story starts back in the early 80s. My father had recently lost his job. My father then moved our family out to Montana in hopes for a new beginning. The land price was incredibly cheap, which allowed my father to buy a couple hundred acres of land. The land that he purchased seemed untouched, as if we were the only humans to ever see this part of land. My family initially did not have enough money to build a house, so we stayed in a trailer on the property. The conditions weren't terrible, except it was difficult for me and my family, considering my older brother Brian had special needs. Brian had a hard time speaking, which made it very difficult to understand what he needed. He would also sleepwalk every night. His sleepwalking was very bad. There were times that we'd often find him the next morning, a couple of miles away. Over the years, my family has concluded the best way to keep track of Brian was to make sure that he wore an anklet to bed that had bells on it, and to keep all the doors and windows locked. Now you can kind of understand the difficulty of staying in a trailer with someone with this condition. Needless to say, my family was pretty anxious to start building a house on the property. Brian, for the most part, was a great brother. He was completely harmless and loved to laugh. He loved animals, especially the wildlife, and he'd get very excited when he saw an animal outside. Things seemed to change when we moved to Montana. It seemed that Brian no longer wanted to go outside, and he definitely didn't want to go near the woods. During the day, Brian seemed to be fine for the most part, but at night, he seemed to get very agitated and would point off into the woods, saying something that we couldn't understand. We would check with a flashlight, and of course, never saw anything, but Brian would still feel disturbed. The woods didn't really bother me. I knew for the most part what kind of animals were out there, so I wasn't too scared. However, on some nights, I did feel this weird feeling of something dreadful out in the woods, just barely out of my vision. Whenever Brian was having one of his episodes is when I felt that dreadful feeling coming from the woods. It was almost as if Brian could sense it too. Things were like this for a couple of weeks, but everything changed one day when I took Brian out into the woods to go hiking. Brian and I had been cooped up inside that trailer for some time. Brian and I had hiked a solid hour into the woods. The land was quite beautiful. During the first part of our hike, it was as if I had the old Brian back. He didn't seem to be spooked about the woods at all. During our hike, we found a couple streams and rivers, and Brian was able to see a couple deer. Instead of going back, we decided to keep going deeper and deeper into the woods. This was a huge mistake. The deeper we went, the more I noticed these weird scratches on these trees. Normally, I would think that this would be deer rubbing antlers on trees, But this was different. There were only 3 marks, as if something with talons were scratching the trees. The marks looked deep. Just when we were about to turn back, Brian started pointing at something. I looked at what Brian was pointing at, and to my surprise, there was a huge cave that led into the hillside. "Hey, good find, Brian," I told him, but Brian seemed upset. Instead of wanting to investigate, Brian wanted nothing to do with the cave. Brian started to get agitated, and I had to calm him down. I started to feel that dreadful feeling coming from the cave. At this point, Brian and I decided to head back, but right before we left, I could have sworn I saw something inside the cave move. I couldn't exactly be sure, but it looked like a set of red eyes looking at me. Instead of sprinting off into the woods, leaving Brian behind, I decided to play a game with him, and I told him, "Hey Brian, first one back to the trailer wins." We both ran back to the trailer in record time. Thankfully, I don't think Brian knew what I saw. While we were running, however, I would glance back every now and then, just to make sure that we weren't being followed. There were a couple of times where I thought I saw something, but I couldn't be sure. I definitely did not want to stop to get a better look. When we finally made it back to the trailer, I made sure that Brian and I stayed inside. I told my parents what I saw, but I don't think they believed me. But then again, I was also pretty unsure of it myself, and obviously, Brian couldn't back me up on this. This is where things began to escalate. That night, I remember waking up to Brian having one of his episodes, waking up everyone. He was pointing out the window in absolute terror. There was something outside that was terrifying Brian. We didn't have any external lights on the trailer in order to look around. My parents figured it was just Brian sleepwalking. Typically when Brian sleepwalks, we can get him back to bed quite easily. But Brian didn't seem to want to calm down. We covered the blinds and made sure Brian was calmed. That took some time, but obviously we got him to bed. We woke up the next morning to an interesting sight. Just outside the trailer were these weird footprints that circled around the trailer. It looked as if someone was crawling around all night. Initially, my parents thought it was Brian that was somehow able to escape the trailer last night. But after a quick review of Brian's feet, that obviously couldn't have been the case. The prints were very strange, and they looked almost human. It almost looked like someone was crawling around on their hands and feet, except the hands and feet were exceptionally large. The suspicion quickly went from Brian to perhaps a crazy person that happened to know where we lived. If that was the case, it would be quite a comical prank, if this was left at that, but it wasn't. My parents seemed to be uneasy about this. They didn't like the idea that someone was circling our trailer, and I don't blame them. Whenever I looked out into the woods, I'd always get this bad feeling, and I think my parents felt it also. Instead of wanting to go out and play in the woods, Brian and I just stayed inside for that day. We felt safer inside. That night, I remember waking up to a strange sound. My first thought was that it was Brian sleepwalking around the trailer, but after further review, Brian was fast asleep and the sounds were coming from outside. It sounded as if something was being scraped on the outside of our trailer. Of course, it was the part of the trailer that didn't have any windows. Not thinking much of it, I decided to open the door and go outside, but right before I opened the door, my father grabbed me. "Don't open that door," he said in a very stern voice. My father was clutching a shotgun, and he looked terrified. "I got a glimpse of it," he said. My father's eyes were wide, and he looked serious. "I don't know what it is, but it's not human." I was about to speak, then my father cut me off. Well, I thought I heard something outside, and I thought it was Brian. But after seeing Brian on the couch, I decided to go and investigate. I was able to peer through the windows and get a glimpse of it. The thing was very pale, and it walked on all fours. I didn't get a look at its face, but just by looking at its limbs, I could tell it wasn't human. The creature that my father was describing matched the description of the creature that I saw inside the cave. A sense of dread had just washed over me. I think that whatever it was had followed me from the cave to my trailer. I don't remember falling asleep that night, but I do remember waking up and looking outside. On all the trees near the trailer were these 3 scratch marks that looked similar to the ones that were near the cave. There were also some scratch marks on our trailer. This thing had very sharp claws. After seeing all of this, as well as seeing the creature, my father took very little convincing into moving the trailer. He moved it to the other side of the property that was much farther away from the tree line, and from this new location, we experienced no activity from the creature. My theory was that it liked to live in the woods in order to hunt and to be concealed from the daylight. That would explain the pale skin. While we were on the other side of the property, my family was able to build a house over time. This took about 5 years, but it was well worth the wait. The new house that we had built allowed each person to have their own room. This was able to give me a normal sleep schedule, and I barely ever heard Brian sleepwalk. The more years that went by for Brian, his sleepwalking got worse. If anyone ever left the door unlocked, we would find Brian some decent way away from the home on the property. I remember the morning waking up finding my mother pacing around the kitchen frantically. My dad and Brian were nowhere to be seen. I was able to put 2 and 2 together and figure out what had happened. Brian had sleepwalked the night before and someone left the door unlocked. My dad was out searching for him. Typically, we found Brian pretty quickly in the morning, but today, we couldn't find him. I went outside to help assist my dad finding Brian. It didn't take me very long to find him out in the property. Remember, we had a lot of acres, so searching for Brian could take some time. I helped search the majority of the property with my father. After searching for some hours, we finally reached the part of the property that we had been with the trailer that many years ago. My father and I searched quickly. We didn't want to stay there very long. That's when we heard it. We could hear the bells on Brian's anklet ringing. Brian must have been close. The ringing was coming from deep inside the woods. My father and I had to place our fear aside in order to find Brian. We slowly crept inside the woods, looking for Brian, following the sounds. My father and I could hear the bells off into the distance. We followed the sounds, ignoring the dangers that were nearby. I began to feel that dreadful feeling again. As we were walking in the woods, my father and I came across a terrible sight. There was blood all over the ground. There was no body of any animals nearby. Naturally, my father and I thought the worst, but we didn't say anything to each other. Something very terrible has happened here, my father said. We could still hear the bells ringing off into the distance. There was still hope that Brian was still okay. We continued to follow the bells until it led us to its final destination. The bells had led us to the cave. The cave was bigger than I remembered. It looked much bigger and much darker than before. I was about to walk into the cave before my father grabbed me by the shoulder. "Hey, we don't know what's in there," my father said grimly. I shook my father's hand off my shoulder. "Of course we know what's in there. That's Brian. That's his bells," I told him. My father and I began to argue at the mouth of the cave. While we were arguing, the bells had stopped ringing. My father and I then peered into the cave, expecting anything to emerge. We heard the bells slowly get closer. Instead of being excited, I felt this extreme dread, as if the impending doom was coming out of this cave. We then heard screeching. My father and I immediately bolted out of the area. The screeching continued. We continued running until we were out of the woods. Whatever it was that was following us did not leave the woods. We went back to the house silently. It was as if both my father and I knew the actual outcome of Brian. We got back to the house and my father called the police. I talked to my mother, telling her that the trail of Brian went cold. She was pretty devastated. The police came about 2 hours later and my father led them to the area in which we thought Brian was. He had led them to the mouth of the cave. The officers entered the cave with their weapons drawn and flashlights. They were in the cave for about 5 minutes before they quickly returned. They told us that the cave was littered with animal bones. They said that this was very common for a bear cave. One of the officers reached into his pocket and pulled out an object. The object rang like Brian's bells, except they were covered in blood and were tattered up. The officer asked, "Does this mean anything to you guys?" My father solemnly nodded his head. During the summer of 2003, events in the northeastern United States involving a strange, human-like creature sparked brief local media interest before an apparent blackout was enacted. Little or no information was left intact, as most of online and written accounts of the creature were mysteriously destroyed. Primarily focused in rural New York State and once found in Idaho, self-proclaimed witnesses told stories of their encounters with a creature of unknown origin. Emotions ranged from extremely traumatic levels of fright and discomfort to almost childlike sense of playfulness and curiosity. While their published versions are no longer on record, the memories remain powerful. Several of the involved parties began looking for answers that year. In early 2006, the collaboration had accumulated nearly 24 documents dating between the 12th century and present day, spanning 4 continents. In almost all cases, the stories were identical. I've been in contact with a member of this group and was able to get some excerpts from the upcoming book. A Suicide Note, 1964. As I prepare to take my life, I feel it necessary to assuage my guilt or pain I have introduced to this act. It is not the fault of anyone other than him. For once, I awoke and felt his presence, and once I awoke and saw his form. Once again, I awoke and heard his voice, and looked into his eyes. I cannot sleep without fear of what I might next awake to experience. I cannot ever wake. Goodbye. Found in the same wooden box were 2 empty envelopes addressed to William and Rose, and 1 loose personal letter with no envelope. Dearest Lenny, I prayed for you. He spoke your name. A journal entry, translated from Spanish, 1880. I have experienced the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest terror. I see his eyes when I close mine. They're hollow, black. They saw me and pierced me. His wet hand. I will not sleep. His voice. A mariner's log, 1691. He came to me in my sleep. From the foot of my bed, I felt a sensation. He took everything. We must return to England. We shall not return here again, at the request of the rake. From a witness, 2006. 3 years ago, I had just returned from a trip from Niagara Falls with my family for the 4th of July. We were all very exhausted after a long day of driving, so my husband and I put the kids right to bed and called it a night. At about 4 a.m., I woke up thinking my husband had gotten up to use the restroom. I used the moment to steal back the sheets, only to wake him in the process. I apologized and told him I thought he got out of bed. When he turned to face me, he gasped and pulled his feet up from the end of the bed so quickly his knees almost knocked me out of the bed. He then grabbed me and said nothing. After adjusting to the dark for half a second, I was able to see what caused the strange reaction. At the foot of the bed, sitting and facing away from us, there was what appeared to be a naked man, or a large hairless dog of some sort. Its body position was disturbing and unnatural, as if it had been hit by a car or something. For some reason, I was not instantly frightened by it, but more concerned as to its condition. At this point, I was somewhat under the assumption that we were supposed to help him. My husband was peering over his arm and knee, tucked into the fetal position, occasionally glancing at me before returning to the creature. In a flurry of motion, the creature scrambled around the side of the bed, and then crawled quickly in a flailing sort of motion right along the side of the bed until it was less than a foot from my husband's face. The creature was completely silent for about 30 seconds, just looking at my husband. The creature then placed its hand on his knee and ran into the hall leading to the kids' room. I screamed and ran for the light switch, planning to stop him before hurting my children. When I got into the hallway, the light from the bedroom was enough to see it crouched and hunched over about 20 feet away. He turned around and looked directly at me, covered in blood. I flipped the switch on the wall and saw my daughter, Clara. The creature ran down the stairs, while my husband and I rushed to help our daughter. She was very badly injured, and only spoke once more in her short life. She said, "He is the rake." My husband drove his car into a lake that night, while rushing our daughter to the hospital. They did not survive. Being a small town, the news got around pretty quickly. The police were pretty helpful at first, and the local newspaper took a lot of interest as well. However, the story was neither published, and the local television news never followed up either. For several months, my son Justin and I stayed in a hotel near my parents' house. After we decided to return home, I began looking for answers myself. I eventually located a man in the next town over who had a similar story. We got in contact and began talking about our experiences. He knew of 2 other people in New York who had seen the creature we now refer to as the Rake. It took the 4 of us about 2 solid years of hunting on the internet and writing letters to come up with a small collection of what we believed to be accounts of the Rake. None of them gave any detail, history, or follow-up. One journal had an entry involving the creature in its first 3 pages and never mentioned it again. A ship's log explained nothing of the encounter, saying only that they were told to leave by the Rake. That was the last entry in the log. There were, however, many instances where the creature's visit was one of a series of visits with the same person. Multiple people also mentioned being spoken to, my daughter included. This led us to wonder if the Rake had visited any of us before our last encounter. I set up a digital recorder near my bed and left it running all night, every night, for 2 weeks. I would tediously scan through the sounds of me rolling around in my bed each day when I woke up. By the end of the 2nd week, I was quite used to the occasional sound of sleep while blurring through the record at 8 times the normal speed. On the first day of the 3rd week, I thought I heard something different. What I found was a shrill voice. It was the Rake. I can't listen to it long enough to even begin to transcribe it. I haven't let anyone listen to it yet. All I know is that I've heard it before, and I now believe that it spoke when it was sitting in front of my husband. I don't remember hearing anything at the time, but for some reason, the voice on the recorder immediately brings me back to that moment. The thoughts that must have gone through my daughter's head make me very upset. I've not seen the Rake since he ruined my life, but I know that he has been in my room while he slept. I know in fear that one night I'll wake up to see him staring at me. In 2006, I was living in a small town in Utah where I used to manage rental properties up in the mountains. The events I'm about to speak of are not covered by the news. The people that do speak about these events are often labeled conspiracy theorists and not taken seriously. At the time, my business was growing quite exponentially. The more my business grew, the more rental properties I was able to make deeper and farther up the mountain. The people loved the properties. Something about being secluded up in the mountains was very attractive to people. Everything was going fine until one day I got a call from one of my workers. He said that he was clearing land on a new property that we just purchased and saw something strange. At first, he said that he thought it was a mound of dirt, but upon further review, he saw that it was something more sinister. The mound of dirt turned out to be a mound of flesh. The mound was comprised of skin and bone of animals. There is no animal that I know of that would do this. This must have been a person, a very sick and demented person. Why would he leave a mound of skin and bone out in the middle of the woods? I told my worker to remove the mound and get back to work, which he hesitantly did. I showed up at the site about 30 minutes later. The site was pretty deep into the woods up into the mountain, deeper than I've ever been. During the build at this location, I'd have workers tell me that they've seen something in the woods, stalking them. This could have very well been a cougar, which are quite popular in this area. I told my workers to be alert at all times, and for all project managers to carry a firearm. This property was trouble from the start. For whatever reason, I had builders and construction workers quit on me, saying that they didn't feel safe this far into the mountains. This was silly to me. I used them in all my other properties before, and they didn't have any issues. They kept saying something to me about a presence in the mountains, something watching them. I was finally able to hire a contractor that was able to finish the property. He did a pretty decent job, although he was kind of expensive. I was able to find tenants for the property, and I continued building other locations. 3 properties later, I get the same call from a different worker, saying that they saw a mound of flesh in the woods. I remember what had happened last time, and I told him not to touch it, and that I'd be right there. A part of me didn't believe what I was hearing. There's no way there's a mound of flesh just sitting out in the woods. I figured he was exaggerating, but sure enough, when I showed up, there certainly was a mound of flesh. The smell was terrible, but the bugs were probably worse. Sure enough, there was about a 4-foot mound of flesh that someone placed out in the woods. I debated with one of my workers that maybe this was a gut pile of a larger animal, but that still wouldn't explain the organization of the flesh into a pile. Predators up in the mountains typically eat most of the animal. This mound seemed to be comprised of 4 different animals, all compiled into one. The skin that had been removed looked almost surgical, as if someone did it with a razor's edge. Instead of removing the mound, I told my worker to contact the police. Nothing came of it, but I just figured it'd be a good idea to get something on record. This new property was different from the last one. Something about the atmosphere was more intense. It was as if I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be, as if there was a part of the forest that was forbidden. At this point in the story, I started getting calls from tenants, mainly the newer ones, saying how their pets have gone missing. They wanted to know if there were any predators in the area, and I told them no. That was an obvious lie. I then started getting reports about people peering into windows. Like I said before, the area is pretty secluded. The reports were that there was a pale man peering into windows, but only at night. Things started to get more serious when actual tenants went missing. We only found that they went missing since they were not able to check out at one of the properties. These were the same people that claimed that there was someone peering into the house. I contacted the police and told them what had happened. They went up to the property and collected what evidence they could. There was not much that they could do. The police told me that they figured that they just went hiking up in the mountains and got lost. To be fair, that is a probable explanation. I continued to run out properties. I acted as if nothing had happened. I suppose that is wrong of me. But there was no way for me to know what was going to happen. About 2 months later, I started getting reports about a pale man walking around on all fours out in the woods. He would be seen just outside of homes, peering in and out of houses. At the same time, tenants would go missing. This was the point I was starting to put the two connections together. It was as if the houses that he was peering into, those people would go missing. I contacted the police again, except this time, rather than the police, a government agency came out and investigated. They came out in unmarked vehicles, and with heavy weaponry. They came and stayed at one of my properties, in hopes to find some of the missing tenants. They asked me permission to reinforce the entryways to the buildings. I agreed, as long as they kept me updated on what was going on. 2 weeks in, and I get a disturbing phone call late at night. I am told that I have to remove all of my tenants on the mountain out of the houses. I asked for a further explanation and asked to meet up in the morning. I go to one of the homes at which the investigation is taking place. The agents are waiting for me outside. Outside the house, there are these huge crates that are labeled hazardous. There was about 4 of them, and I was not able to get a great look at them. The agents then told me something very disturbing about the mountain. They were able to disclose that they found the missing tenants. They were found in a meat pile not too far away. They then told me something that I'm not sure that I believe. They told me that these attacks were caused by rabid bears that lived in the mountain. All of my time working here on the mountain, I'd never seen a bear once, so I'm not sure what I believe. They also told me that I was not able to rent out any properties on the mountain anymore. This was quite devastating. I pressed them for answers as to why I was not able to work anymore and what actually happened on the mountain. They told me that the information was classified. Before the agents left, one of the agents said something to me that keeps me up at night. He said, "Whatever these things are, there's more than one of them." One time when I was 13, my grandfather and my dad took me out camping out in the woods. I really enjoyed camping at that age, and especially spending time with both of them. My grandfather is Russian, and he always had the best stories. That was one of my favorite parts of camping, was being able to have a nice campfire and to listen to scary stories. Anyways, back to the story. The campsite that my father picked out was practically perfect. We started a nice fire and had a great dinner. It was late autumn. The night was brisk, but it wasn't terribly cold. Nonetheless, it didn't stop us from making my grandfather's famous hot chocolate. I was halfway through my second cup when my grandfather told me the story of the creature. Here's his story. Back in the late 40s, when my grandfather was still in the Russian military, he was sent to a nameless town that is referred to as a closed city. A closed city is essentially a city made by the military that's either out in the middle of nowhere or has restricted access. The city that he was sent to was in the middle of nowhere that was surrounded by a forest. No one was allowed in or out without military authorization. The town was centered around nuclear testing. My grandfather was a part of the military police. His job was essentially to make sure that everyone obeyed the rules. When he first got to the city, he was very surprised. It was literally 30 or so buildings out in the middle of nowhere. The military city had no walls, which was very strange, he thought. But things got even more strange at night. His first night there was surprising. There were these large guard towers that circled the city, each of them having large spotlights that shined in the surrounding forest at night. My grandfather thought that the spotlights were for finding people trying to escape or trying to enter the city, but after a couple of months, he found out the real reason. My grandfather had heard from another military policeman that there was something taking people out into the woods. My grandfather just thought that they were razzing him since he was the new guy. However, the guy that told him the story about the creatures out in the woods was quickly replaced by another personnel. My grandpa asked around the guards to see if anyone could confirm the story about the creatures. He was told not to talk about it, which he thought was odd. The nature of his position at the time was that he oversaw the guards that were stationed at the guard towers at night. He would often get complaints from the guards having mental breakdowns or being severely spooked by seeing something in the woods. He was told by the other higher-ups not to allow any talk of this kind. He was to deny anything out in the woods, and if anyone persisted in talking about it, he'd have him thrown in prison. There were a few times that some of the guards sworn to have seen something terrible and gave chase out into the woods, to have never returned. Night was a somber time, it seemed. The people living in the city seemed to be afraid out at night. All the buildings and homes were to keep their lights on by law. This seemed very strange. It was just an empty city with all these lights, but with no one outside. It gave off an eerie feeling, like you were the last man on Earth or something. The town was powered by multiple heavy generators that were stationed around the city. The city always had a small hum no matter what part of the city you were in. They were to make sure that all the generators had sufficient fuel, and even backup generators, if any of them failed. There was once a dark winter when the fuel shipments were not able to travel through the snow-covered terrain, and the generators ran out of fuel. Everyone was ordered to stay in the military's underground facility for 3 weeks, while they waited for the fuel. When they finally received the fuel, they were able to leave the bunker to find that most, if not all, the homes had been entered and vandalized by someone or something. The military told the people that the bears in the nearby forest came out in the city to find food when everyone was down below, but many of them didn't believe it. It got to the point that the city was too big to keep all the buildings lit, so they decided to section off parts of the city that were not accessible to anyone in order to maintain enough fuel throughout the tough times. This is when things began to get scary. Many of the people in the city claimed that the dark spots of the city were housing some kind of spirit from the forest that would scream at night. The military ignored these complaints until some of the people tried to investigate on their own. People began to go missing, which began to be an issue. It was to the point that the military began investigating these dark spots of the city to find answers. My grandfather was a part of the group in charge of finding those missing people. They started by investigating the dark spots of the city, which were scattered around the city. Many of the buildings seemed to have encountered some kind of life, whether it was nearby wildlife or people who had defected from the city. The groups looking for the missing people yielded no bodies, but claimed to see a lot of blood, indicating some kind of struggle. The official report was that the bears had gotten into the city again, but the people really knew. During this time, the people in the city and the military began to contend with one another. The city demanded to have answers as to what was really going on. Riots began to gather, and citizens tried to overthrow the military, but rather than fighting back, the military decided not to keep the city lit at night and retreated all the military into the underground base below. The citizens initially saw this as a huge success, that is, until night came. The night was long, and my grandfather was anxious to see the results of what would happen with a town full of people with no lights to keep them safe from those creatures. The morning came, and the military left the bunker to what looked like a war zone. The streets were filled with bodies, or what remained of them. There were a handful that were able to get a generator to power their small section of their city to light their homes, that were able to survive. They were investigated and pressed for information, and they confirmed all suspicions of what had happened. They were able to see the creatures from the woods come into the town and attack the citizens. They told us that some of them had the ability to talk and to convince some people to come out into the darkness. They also told us that the creatures were afraid of the light and would never come inside of it. They were never able to get a good look at them since they were always in the dark. My grandfather told me that the military had the remaining survivors executed, and the military was forced to close the city in order to keep the events covered up. I'm not sure if I believe everything that had happened in my grandfather's story, but ever since then, I always sleep near a flashlight. My father told me a story once. I'll never forget it, for a few reasons. I think it's the first story he's ever told me as a child. It's also the story of how my grandfather had died. But honestly, that isn't the reason. You hear stories on TV, or sometimes you overhear something in public. People talk about ghosts or aliens, and you think to yourself, that isn't real. They're making it up, or they're mistaken. They're crazy, something like that. You can't just believe it. That is, until something happens to you. Something that brings it all together, connects the dots in a way that you didn't think of before. Maybe it happened to you, or maybe you hear about the same story again and again from different people. It doesn't take long for the world to become a lot bigger than you thought it was. As I said, this is a story my father told me, but I never believed it, even though he swore up and down that it was true. It wasn't until I started clicking around the internet that I started to believe. I started to hear other stories, just like the one my father told me. It didn't take me long to believe after that. My father never used the internet in his life. He wouldn't know what the online community had called it. When he chose to call it something other than it or that thing, he called it a Skinwalker, after an old Cherokee tale his grandfather had told him. I'll tell you the story the way he told it to me. We were out hunting one night in the woods surrounding the dairy farm in Ohio, where we lived at the time. We were tracking coyotes. We'd kill them for $50 a skin. They would kill calves sometimes. We'd do it every night because we needed the money. Sometimes while we were out, we'd come on a deer and kill it. Our landlord didn't mind, and it would feed our family for a few nights and save us some money. Anyway, we were done making our rounds and headed home, walking because we didn't have a four-wheeler or a car back then. We'd cut through the woods. That's when we came upon it. Blood everywhere. Splattered on trees, in the grass, in the creek, everywhere. At first, we figured it was a pack of coyotes. We'd seen how sometimes they weren't able to scavenge for whatever reason. They'd start hunting deer or cattle out of desperation. The worst was when they had bred feral dogs, but this wasn't like that. You see, when a pack of dogs, wolves, or coyotes attack anything, they do it right. They'll pick one off that's weak, sick, or old, or just small. They'll hunt it, draw it into a corner or someplace they can't get out of, and they'll run it right into the biggest one, the alpha. That deer will never see the alpha. It might hear it, but it won't see it. All of a sudden its throat will be torn out, and it'll drop dead. It's quick, and it's clean, but that's not what happened here. Something had come upon a group of deer. Coyotes won't attack a group. Wolves wouldn't either. They'd get too much of a fight. There were 3, I think. 3 bodies, just torn apart. You'd see a head or a torso here, a leg there. Predators don't do that. They don't leave scraps behind. Whatever had done this hadn't done it for food. It had done it for fun. But we didn't know that at the time, of course. We just saw a bunch of carcasses and figured that it was something we had to take care of. I remember my dad telling me to go home, that he thought it was the work of a pack of feral dogs. But I wasn't leaving him. I surely wasn't hiking through the 2 miles of woods, alone, in the dark, with nothing but a .22 and a pocket knife. I was only 13 at the time, so a .22 rifle was the only gun I got. Dad had the shotgun, and I wasn't going anywhere without him. It took me a while to convince him, but finally we were able to track whatever did that. It wasn't hard either, we just followed the blood. Either that thing bled a deer before it got away, or it dragged one for a mile. I don't know. What I do know is that I'd never seen my dad that scared before. We started hearing the most horrible sounds. Now I've been in the woods a lot in my life, and I've been all over the world, but I've never heard noises like I heard that night. I heard things screaming. I heard foxes, deers, rabbits, raccoons, birds, all of them afraid of something and hightailing it. Keep in mind, this is maybe 12 or 1 in the morning. Except for the fox and some birds, nothing was supposed to be awake at that hour. But they weren't just awake, mind you. They were on the run. That night I saw a flock of birds flying straight into trees, trying to escape something. We came upon a pack of coyotes and nearly shot a couple thinking they had their eyes on us. But then we saw that they were running in from someone, nothing towards us. They didn't even notice us and went right past. Then some deer did the same. Then some rabbits, squirrels, and foxes. Even a couple of wild hogs. These critters were supposed to be hunting each other, and the only thing they cared about was getting far away as possible. We should have put 2 and 2 together. That maybe whatever we were tracking wasn't something we were supposed to see, and wasn't something that we could kill. To this day, I don't know why we just didn't go home. I guess we were curious. I think that was my dad's nature, to go towards trouble, to fight. And being aware of the things my father did during the war, I figured it was best to stay by his side. We finally reached the open valley. It was normally a soy field, but it wasn't in season, so it was just flat dirt. That's when we saw the tracks. Animals fleeing the forest had leveled everything in their path. But where the deer's blood was, nothing had taken a single step. It was like whatever was responsible had left it for us to find. The tracks were shallow. Whatever it was could not have weighed more than just 100 pounds, but that didn't mean much. A bobcat weighing 40 pounds, soaking wet, could tear your throat out if you aren't careful. The fact that this thing was on the lighter side just meant it was probably quick. It was going to be tough to hit. So we followed the tracks, and it didn't take us long to find where they led. There was an old schoolhouse that sits on top of a hill, half of it been ripped out by a tornado, but no one lived there, not for a long time. Sometimes we caught homeless people up there, or drug addicts looking for a safe place to shoot up. We figured maybe that was it. Maybe it was just some sick kid riding a high. But we didn't think that for long. When we got within 50 yards, we heard a noise, a sort of a screech made up of 2 different sounds. One was high-pitched, and the other was a low growl. It was making both sounds at the same time, if that makes any sense. We approached within 20 yards, and we heard another sound, different this time. I remember thinking it sounded like paper being torn apart while someone was swinging water back and forth in a bucket. Dad looked at me, knelt down and whispered. He told me that I had to stay behind him because we were about to corner our prey. Any animal will fight when it's cornered, especially a predator. But we can tell by the tracks that there's only one. He tells me it's probably a single feral dog, most likely rabid. The plan, he said, was to sneak up on it while I was eating, shoot it, and then just keep shooting it until it didn't move anymore, then slit its throat. If it got to Dad, it was my job to shoot or stab it until it got off of him. So he walked up with me right behind him, just a tad to his side so I could see what it was. I wish to this day I hadn't. It was leaning over a carcass, tearing off its flesh and throwing it. There was blood all over the brick, glistening in the moonlight. It was pale white and looked like a man, but not quite human. It had arms and legs like ours, but it sat like a monkey, hunched over. Its hands weren't normal. It had long fingers with claws at the end. So we saw that, and my dad hesitated. He wasn't about to fire at a person, so he cleared his throat trying to get it to turn around. I swear, all the sounds just ceased in an instant. I never heard true silence before that, and never again afterwards. But for 2 seconds, nothing made any noise, and I meant nothing. This made it all the louder when the thing turned around, made a shrill cry, and pounced on my dad. He got a shot off. I think he missed. If he hit it, it didn't faze it at all. But it was on him, tearing entire parts of him off. I started shooting it with my .22 point blank, but the thing barely bled at all. I got off 5 rounds and then I started hitting it with the butt of the gun. It didn't even budge or register that I was even there. It was clawing at my dad, removing whole chunks of his flesh. It started on his torso, peeling off the skin of his chest, and then it moved up. It tore out his throat, ripped his nose clean off, and gouged out his eyes. Then it scalped him and started digging in. I stood there, helpless, as it ripped off the bottom half of his jaw, the little bones, and the tube in his neck, and then his ribs. I don't exactly remember what had happened, but somehow my dad's knife ended up in the thing's shoulder, and my dad, or what was left of him, that is, ended up on my back. I was running, and my God, I was going faster than I'd ever run before or after. The thing was following me. I ended up back in the forest, opposite the woods we started in. I was heading towards my landlord's house because it was the closest thing to help nearby, but even that was a half-mile away. All the while, I could hear the thing screeching and moaning. I heard branches crackling and getting thrown around. It was cracking so loud and so often that it sounded like someone was taking an axe to every single tree I passed, but I never looked back, not once. The thought didn't even cross my mind. Finally, I tripped and fell in some gravel. I looked up to see my landlord and a bunch of his buddies drinking around a campfire. I screamed and cried, and they came over. I told them to call an ambulance, and my landlord looked at me and said something I'll never forget. "What is that on your back?" he asked me. Just as the words left his mouth, it dawned on him, without me saying a word. It was one of those terrible flannel shirts my dad wore everywhere, he realized. It was damn near all that was left of my dad, aside of a bit of my father's head and torso. Absolutely nothing below the waist. Suddenly, we heard it. The screeching. My landlord grabbed me, causing me to drop whatever was left of my dad on the ground. I was fighting him, crying because I thought we could still save him, somehow. But the truth is, my dad had been gone well before I ever picked him up, and all I'd done was carry his corpse back home. My landlord had to pick me up and throw me inside before I would go with them. He and his buddies, all of us went inside together, and they locked the doors, and we got the guns. The landlord asked me, "What happened? What happened?" But I didn't know what to tell him. He'd pieced enough of it together to understand that there was something dangerous out there. All the lights in the house were on, and someone called the cops. They would get there as soon as they could, they said, but that meant at least 15 minutes. We looked outside and saw it walk from the front of the fire they'd made. No one knew what it was. One of them said it looked like an ape. Suddenly, something came crashing through the window. We all fired at it, but realized it wasn't the thing. No, it was my landlord's dog. Well, his body anyway. His head and legs were missing. We had just started pushing things in front of the door and windows to form a barricade when we heard something in the garage. I remember that one of his friends saying that the doors were open. We heard metal and glass being ripped and smashed. We dragged the couch and TV in front of the door to the garage for added measure. It banged around some more, but then it got quiet, not silent like it was before. We could hear it move around some, and the guys were talking, making sure their guns were ready. Someone handed me a pistol. No sooner I cocked the hammer back when we heard something shatter upstairs. Then, we heard it screech again, except this time it was louder, and it didn't echo and fade out, because it was inside. We all rushed to that one door that led upstairs, and we got to it just in time, as the thing did. It opened it just a bit, and 4 or 5 men slammed into it. It managed to get its hand through. Someone with a shotgun took care of that. Put the barrel right to its wrist and pulled the trigger. Blew its hand clean off. That only pissed it off, though. It started shoving the door, clawing. We were on the other side, pushing as best as we could, and it was on the other, doing the same. The wood wasn't going to hold, so someone told us to keep our heads down. Suddenly, the top half of the door was gone, and my ears were ringing. There were splinters everywhere. 2 or 3 of them had just unloaded on top of the door. I don't really know where it went after that. The police got there. I was still glued to what was left of the door. The sun was up before they pried me loose. They put me in a hospital for a while. While I was there, a whole lot of people talked to me, but I didn't respond. Not for a long time. When I got back home, I got a job for the landlord, working on the farm. We didn't talk much, not about the thing, but I signed up for the army when I was 19, and he sat me down to drink some scotch as a send-off. I asked him right away what the police told him. The story that they went with was that it was a wild animal, probably a wolf or maybe a bear that had migrated north. I asked him how they could see that when they had the hand. He looked at me stunned. He told me that the hand never made it back to the station. The cop who had it in his car got into a wreck, drove into a tree and died on impact. The hand was never found, likely taken by an animal. The cops, when they would acknowledge the hand existed at all, said it was simply the paw of a bear that resembled a man's hand. I never talked to the landlord again. He went missing while I was in basic training, and no one ever saw him again. There were rumors that he owed some people some money and skipped town, but I don't think it was that simple. When I was 16, I went on a camping trip to the Colorado River near Blythe. We didn't use the government campsite. We did decide to camp out back in the Three Finger Lake area, which is just a series of backwaters and canals. So we arrived there mid-afternoon. It was mid-September and the sun was blazing. We found a spot that was a bit secluded. The tent goes up and my brother and I proceed to go out and search for firewood from the nearby willow trees. While collecting wood, I came across a series of hoof prints in the mud, as well as the mark of something either sleeping there or at least bending down for a spot from time to time. I made the assumption that it was a deer or something similar. I had seen signs similar to this on other trips. We got a small fire going while we had light, set out a few fishing poles to try our luck, while my uncle started up dinner. It was while dinner was cooking that I thought I heard something go deep into the forest on the far side of the canal, down the stream, and come back out on our side. This was something big. I turned to my brother. He didn't think anything of it. My dad thought it was a beaver. Dinner was cooked, we ate, and set out again to do some night fishing. All four of us, my dad, brother, and uncle, were focused intently upon our rods. I kept having a strange feeling that we were being watched by someone. My uncle kept telling me that I was just creeping myself out. At around midnight, we all decided to retire. We threw a few more logs onto the fire to keep some coals going, and then climbed into our tents. I decided to sleep in my own tent since I had one. My dad had set up a big 6-man tent, so the three of them were sharing it. I had my tent set up on a nice flat and sandy section of dirt, no rocks underneath me. I had a foam padding and 2 sleeping pads under me. I was so comfortable. As I started to drift off to sleep, I heard something crossing the canal again. Everyone else was passed out hard. I could hear them snoring loudly. Already wary, I flipped onto my stomach and looked out into the dark through the little mesh opening in the tent. All I could see was some dark shape emerging from the slope of the bank. It wandered onto the edge of the light. I could hear it sniffing around. The sound of hooves on the ground made me think of a deer, but then its shape came just within sight to make out a form against the dark sky. It had 2 legs. I scrunched down into my tent and stopped moving, my mind racing, trying to decide on what I saw and what I was hearing. I convinced myself it was just a deer sniffing around, and that I was confused. The sound of the thing fading away after a while seemed like hours. I laid there, straining to hear any more noises. All I could hear was the sound of insects and the occasional bullfrog. I finally was able to get some sleep. I was awoken after dawn. Breakfast was already made, coffee and soda waiting, whatever I wanted. I stumbled out and ate my breakfast, started asking everyone if they heard that thing last night. None of them had. After changing, and while the heat was still at bay, I walked over to where I had seen the creature. Numerous hoof marks littered the dirt. I followed them over to where we found all the wood. There was a clear sign something had returned to the spot. Soil had been churned up. I walked back to the campsite, trying to think nothing of it. We spent the day swimming in the canal. Something in the back of my mind kept telling me that whatever I saw last night was still around, watching us. That evening, it was my turn to cook. I set up some burgers to cook over the fire while everyone else was going about their business. As I was about to pull the burgers off the fire, my uncle came running from the willow patch. He started saying that there was some weird thing going on out in the woods. I put the burgers aside and we all followed him. Farther back into the willow trees, there was what looked like some sort of altar. It was constructed of river stones, and it sat half-eaten fish all on the sides of it, with the bones smashed in. Little reed-tied shapes sat around it, like voodoo dolls made from twigs. We all made our way out, talking about how creepy it was out there. My dad and uncle agreed that it was probably some pagan altar or something, because it was hidden. They both agreed that it was our last night that we would be staying there. That night we kept the fire burning big until we went to bed. I kept my eye out in the willow patch. As I lay there, I heard the thing crossing the canal again. I could hear the hooves once more. It circled to the far side of the camp. Once it got to the willow trees, I lost track of it. I strained to hear anything for a long time. I was certain the others were doing the same. Then we heard the most horrible sound erupt from the grove. It was like a scream, like someone being murdered, but it had a brain quality to it. I was terrified. I clutched my camp shovel, knowing that something was out there. I heard movement from the other tent. From the other tent, I heard my dad and my uncle emerge. I heard my dad tell my brother to stay in the tent. They both went to the car. I heard my dad talking about getting out their guns just in case. My father and his brothers always brought pistols with them when they went out camping. You never know what kind of crazy animal or person might show up. They both walked off into the darkness towards the willow trees. Things were deadly silent. No insects. Nothing but a dull breeze. Then I heard 2 gunshots, followed by another horrible, gargled scream. I heard what sounded like 2 people running full speed back to camp. They started to scream at us and telling us to get in the car. My brother came out of our tents, and my dad screamed at us, "Get in the car now! Get in the car!" They both had pistols in their hands and headed straight for the car. We all got in. He started it and began hauling ass down the road. He started saying something that he saw something back there. My uncle was white. He told us that we'll be back for our stuff later. My dad didn't stop until we reached Blythe. He got out his cell phone and called the police. The police thought my father had shot a homeless man camped out by the river. We headed back in. By the time we returned to our campsite, it was dawn. The tents were torn down. Everything was tossed about. Fishing rods busted. Our camp table was in several pieces scattered about. The police searched the area and found the altar and told us that it was most likely some teens who were doing some devil worshipping or something. There was no blood, but hoofprints were everywhere. The police told us to clean up everything and that we should probably leave. We cleaned up the site, gathering the mostly now ruined gear, and as I rolled up my tent, I felt something on the bottom of it. I looked down to see that one of the wooden figurines from the altar in the woods was now underneath it. I looked around in time just to see something receding back into the reeds, followed by splashing into the canal. I finished packing up everything and we left. We hadn't gone back since, and my dad, brother, and uncle still talk about it. And we all refused to go back to camp there, ever again. Story number 2. I'm hanging out with my friends from childhood, a girl and a boy, in the calm and local woods back when we were 17. I take my camera with me to take pictures of the clear night sky and the comfy fire, etc. We arrive at the daytime and we set up our tents and secure a fireplace. Sun begins to set and we still don't have enough firewood. We stay at our campsite and prepare food while friends are collecting firewood nearby. My friend that's a girl comes back without any wood. She gives me this weird stare, then looks at my camera. She takes it and goes away. I shrug it off. She can be weird sometimes. 20 minutes later, my friends return, both with enough firewood for the fire. My guy friend starts making the fire, and my friend, that's a girl, turns to me and gives me back my camera. I found it out in the brush, she says. But you took it from earlier. We both laugh it off. She raises an eyebrow, and my guy friend mentions, "What are you talking about? She was with me the whole time. She never took your camera." I check their faces to see if they're serious. They look concerned. My guy friend suggests to check the cam. I do, and I go through the pictures. They're blurred in some random pics of trees and the ground. One picture shows my friends, far away on the edge. My hair stands on end. Pics get more clear, and more we can see that it's pictures of me or my friends. My friends and I start crying, and we see the girl in the pictures, there of herself looking down at the camera, with a death stare. Needless to say, we did not spend the night there. Story number 3. I think I saw the goat man today. This afternoon about 1 o'clock, I really felt like riding my bicycle. The weather was so nice, and I love being alone out in the woods, away from everyone, so it was perfect. I packed up a notebook and pen, as always, just in case of inspiration, and a big bottle of water, and headed off into the woods. The opening is so tiny against the vast, dense forest that you have to know exactly where it is to find it. It always seems spooky and mystical, because it's just this black, almost doorway-looking void amidst the mountains of trees and underbrush. Some background info. I live right by a bike trail that cuts into a dense forest that goes on for miles and miles. The trail is actually laid upon an old railroad track, and along the way there's some still old pre-1900 buildings lost in the dense forest that still remains unexplored. When I was a kid, I was always deathly afraid to go out in these woods for some reason. Well, what I encounter today has rekindled that fear. I speed down the hill as usual, and in a couple of seconds reach the crossroads. One goes forward into the thickest part of the forest. The left one goes towards the city and highway, and on the right goes out into the open, endless fields and farmland, with a big patch of forest spread throughout. I sat there for a little bit, took a swig of water, and headed right in. I haven't been out very far past the fields before, and I have a day to kill, so I keep going and going. I eventually see a sign that says, "Beware," nailed to a tree, then another one, then a couple of them all together nailed into an old busted phone line, and finally a huge wooden barricade that says, "Stay out." The sign was already pushed partially out of the way, like someone had been there before me, and being the rebel that I am, I just had to see what was back there. Something I soon came to regret. So I'm riding again, and in the forest it's thicker and farther than I've ever been before. At this point, I'm a bit uneasy, as it is completely silent. Not a sound. I mean, this is deep, thick forest. Why am I not hearing any bugs or animals? Immediately after this realization, I come upon an opening, finally. Down below is now a swampy, dark set of trees that are far and few between and rise out of the steep, dark pool of water. At this point, I'm pretty creeped out. The area I'm in is pretty creepy. I'm totally alone and I'm pretty tired. I start crossing this very sketchy old wooden bridge slowly, and I hear this deep, low grumbling sound. I immediately pause. I then carefully start again and realize it's just my tire. The thing is going flat. Great, I thought. This is the last thing I need, especially out here in the creepy swamp. I then hear this dreadful, blood-curdling scream tear through the silence. I'm teary-eyed and I have goosebumps as I tell this. A stick breaks and I immediately whip my bike around and start pedaling as hard as I can. All of a sudden, I start hearing this stuff crashing around me in the woods. I don't look back. I'm swerving all over the place because now my bike tire is completely flat and the trail is covered in pebbles and holes. The sound of something racing through the dense, thick brush are so loud I can hear it over my horrendously obnoxious flat tire, squishing and squashing on the ground as I'm almost spinning the chain off my gear. At this point, a million things are racing through my mind. My legs are absolutely burnt out from riding so far into the woods. I swerve right on the edge of the trail, and the sandy pebble stuff flies everywhere into the trees. I jump over a huge pothole and heard another loud scream behind me. That didn't even faze me at this point. I'm just pounding my legs, breathing so hard, and my chest is killing me. I just missed the barricade, literally centimeters from crashing my head first into this thing. Finally, I see a light off in the distance. I'm close to getting back on the fields and back on the trail that gets me back to my house. I'm filled with this new wind of energy, and it kicks into hyperdrive. The sound of crashings are now getting softer and slower. Then finally, it stops. I made it. I finally made it. I zoomed right out into the sunlight. I've never been happier in my life to feel the sun in my eyes. At that moment, I just stop. The fatigue just immediately hits me like a wave. I turn my head around to look back at whatever it was that was chasing me in the darkness. I see 2 red burning eyes just staring at me. I felt my entire body go cold. Then, in a flash, they were gone. I rode back as fast as I could, but eventually slowed down and crawled my way back all the way back home. I'm not exactly sure what I saw out there. It definitely wasn't a person, but it stood up like one while chasing me.
I remember my summers being so full of joy and filled with excitement. Something would happen one summer that would leave my family in shock, which we would never recover from, and we'd never speak again. My cousin Stephen was practically the same age, and we joked that we were more like twins than we were cousins, considering that we were born in the same month and year. Our families were inseparable, and we would often spend vacations and holidays together. Stephen's mother, aka my Aunt Linda, was my mom's sister, who had a tragic accident when she was 12, when someone had hit her with a car while she was riding her bike, leaving her paralyzed from the waist down. Aunt Linda was always a bubbly source of fun and excitement, and wouldn't let her condition come in the way of having a good time. My Uncle Jackson, or Uncle Jack as I called him, was practically my favorite uncle, who was always down for doing something crazy and fun. It seems that every family has that one family member that takes things to the next level of craziness. That was Uncle Jack. One year when I was 15, my entire family decided to go down camping in southern Utah, near one of the national parks for a family reunion. I had many other cousins, but I wasn't nearly as close to them since they were different ages and lived so far away from us. Naturally, I spent most of my time with Stephen and his parents since I knew them the best, but also they had a really nice RV that was adapted to Aunt Linda's needs. Camping with them was more like staying in a small but nice hotel room with a shower and bathroom, as well as a TV. As memory serves, our first night down in Utah was your first typical day of a family reunion. Everyone was excited to see everyone, and we all set up our camping spot in an unusual location, which everyone thought was odd. Apparently, another uncle, Uncle Darren, had a buddy that had a ranch down here and let us stay on the outskirts of the property for free, rather than staying at a crowded campsite. It was one of those get more of the full experience kind of thing. My family was known to being somewhat thrifty, so we did this kind of thing all the time to get a good deal on something. The alleged campsite was nothing special. We could see all types of cattle roaming not too far away from us, but free was free. I remember telling Stephen that we needed to sneak out one night and go cow tipping. Stephen and I were always doing silly stuff that teenage boys always did, and he responded with a wide, mischievous smile. The first day ended and everyone gathered around a central campfire to have dinner and talk. As the night grew dark and all the little cousins went to bed, the rest of the family began to tell scary stories, which was a family tradition. My dad would always tell the golden arm story, while my grandpa would always come up from behind and scream, "Where's my golden arm?" at every camping trip without fail. Even when I was expecting it this time, it still scared me. The fire had died down low, but the coals were still red hot. The moon fully lit the flat land around us, and we could hear cattle off in the distance. Uncle Darren, the uncle that had the buddy whose land we were staying on, shared an exceptionally scary story. A story I wish I took seriously and took as a word of caution rather than just a scary story. He shared with us a few accounts of what his buddy said had happened on the land over a span of 20 years. "I can't name them by name, but there is a native force of evil that lurks in the darkness of this land. If I named them, I risk drawing them to us and devouring our bodies," Uncle Darren said dramatically. Being 15, my eyes were wide with fear as he shared these stories of these people that had the ability to shapeshift into any type of animal and mimic people. Anything to get them alone and to eat them. The fire ended up dying 30 minutes later, and we were left in the light of the moon. Many of my cousins and family members were already in bed or on their way. I got up to make my way back to the RV when Stephen asked me excitedly if I was ready to go tip an unsuspecting cow over. I was terrified from the stories told by my Uncle Darren, but I didn't want to look silly in front of Stephen. Sure, sounds fun," I said, lying. We already had flashlights, so we drifted off to where we saw some cows earlier and went to find an unlucky cow for the evening. We came across a barbed wire fence that seemed oddly secure for your typical cattle. There must have been issues in the past with coyotes and other predators getting to the cattle, I thought. In the back of my mind, I was thinking of those creatures that can mimic people. We ended up finding a gap just big enough that we could squeeze through as long as someone held tension of the top barbed wire. We shined our lights around the empty field in hopes to find a cow that was alone, but they were all in small herds. We turned our lights off in hopes to better improve our stealth. The moon was now somewhat concealed by clouds above, and the land was now more difficult to traverse in darker settings. Around this time, I began to feel this feeling I've never felt before, a feeling of exposure and dread. I think that Stephen felt it as well, since he seemed to be looking around as if to see anyone was watching. We continued a little further when we saw a dark mass ahead of us that seemed to be crouched over something. We could hear slurping sounds coming from the crouched figure ahead. The feeling began to get worse when we heard a screech directly behind us, which made me and Stephen jump and drop our flashlights. I remember Stephen screaming something vulgar, and we could hear laughter coming from where we heard the scream. We then saw a flashlight and Uncle Jack fall over in laughter. Stephen and I were busted, and thankfully Uncle Jack was the one that found us, although at our expense. We turned around to see the small figure that was hunched over, but it was gone. The feeling of dread had dissipated. We walked over to where the figure was standing, and laying in pieces was a small calf that looked eviscerated. There were a good number of natural predators in the area, but my mind went back to the story of the shape-shifting creature that stalked this land. We needed to leave immediately before this thing came back to us. We walked back to the campsite to where our families were, although the presence of something malicious still lingered in the air, like thick cobwebs. This is the part of the story where I wish we told everyone what we saw, what we felt, and that we needed to leave. But the vacation just started. We weren't just going to let a ghost story and a close call with a creature in the woods ruin our whole trip. The next couple of days were odd. The campsite lingered with that feeling of something nearby, watching us. I remember a few nights hearing the sound of something scraping the RV door with something sharp, as if it was trying to get in. I was too afraid to check it out for myself, so I just wrote it off as the wind. During the day, things seemed normal, but the nighttime seemed to put people on edge. Everyone wanted to go to bed early, as if they were trying to avoid something. The last night we were there, something happened. We were all cooking around the campfire like we normally did, but we stayed up later than nights prior. I guess we all wanted to get the full experience before we had to go back to our normal, boring lives. We were all around the campfire telling stories, and the night was absolutely black. The moon was absent, and the only light we had was coming from the campfire. Uncle Darren shared with us another story about the property that really put me on edge, but during the story, I couldn't stop looking around in the woods. It was as if the story about the creature that terrorized the property seemed to be drawn to us, like it knew we were talking about it. Instead of staying and listening to the scary story, I went to bed soon since the stories and the dark atmosphere really made me feel exposed in the woods. Others could feel it as well, since they all went to bed right after. Uncle Jack, Aunt Linda, and Stephen came into the camper not much later. I peeked up from the couch to greet them, but they seemed frightened by something outside. Aunt Linda was trying to peer out of the windows of the RV while in her wheelchair, and Stephen went around the RV, locking all the entrances to prevent something from entering. Uncle Jack seemed skeptical about what was going on, saying, "I'm telling you, it's just some guy messing with us," while searching the RV for a weapon. I asked what was going on, but everyone seemed to ignore me due to the situation at hand. I was nervous since I didn't know what was going on, but Aunt Linda then calmed me by rolling over to the couch saying that there was nothing to worry about, just someone outside walking around the campsite. This didn't help my nerves, but rather amplified them. Before I could respond, Uncle Jack found a baseball bat inside of the RV and grabbed a flashlight while heading outside. Uncle Jack took off into the woods, shining his light around as he did. It appeared that something bothered him enough to go into the woods to confront whatever it was out there. Stephen and I waited by the door for Uncle Jack to return, but he never did. I considered getting Aunt Linda when he wasn't back after 2 hours, but we felt that she wouldn't have been able to help much, so we went and got Uncle Darren. Thankfully, he was still up and willing to go with us into the woods to look for my Uncle Jack. We went into the direction that we last saw him walking. Not too far into the woods, we could see a flashlight that seemed to be on the ground. We walked over to the flashlight, and we saw small traces of blood leading deeper into the woods. We looked at each other in complete terror, and we knew almost instantly that something was wrong. Before we could say anything, we heard a noise coming from the woods. We shined our lights to where we heard the sound, and to our utter confusion, we saw Uncle Jack, but he was facing the woods, standing still, motionless. He was just staring into the woods without his light. "Can he see something in the darkness?" I whispered to Stephen as we stared at my uncle. My Uncle Darren shouted, "Hey Jackson, you good?" No response. Uncle Jack began to slowly walk backwards to us without revealing his face. We noticed when he was within 20 yards or so that his pants and shirt were both torn and bloodied. It honestly appeared that he must have confronted something dangerous out in the woods and barely lived, but he didn't turn around at all or seem bothered that he was injured. Uncle Darren and Stephen went to check on him. I stayed behind in fear. Why was Uncle Jack acting so strange? What had happened to him, and why was he facing the woods? Uncle Darren inspected Uncle Jack for any injuries, but he seemed to be fine. Where did the blood come from? We started to walk back to the RV when we noticed that Uncle Jack was walking as if both of his legs were broken. Stephen asked, "Dad, are you okay? What's happening?" But Uncle Jack would only respond with gurgling sounds and grunts. His injuries sounded as if they were internal. His lungs sounded as if they were full of water. We finally made it back to camp, and we alerted everyone that Uncle Jack was injured. Everyone got out of their tents groggily to see what the commotion was. By this time, Uncle Jack was able to walk by himself, as if he magically healed himself in a short amount of time. Uncle Jack was also able to sound more normal, but wasn't able to properly form words. Much like an infant that could make sounds, but not yet able to formulate proper words. One of my aunts, Aunt Jenny, who was a nurse, said that he was probably in shock, which was why he wasn't able to speak, and that he needed to see a doctor immediately. We were obviously in the middle of nowhere, and we would have to travel a good distance in order to accommodate this. My family began to delegate who should take him to the doctor when Uncle Jack began to speak.
I fell. Rocks hit head.
His voice was beginning to sound more normal the more he spoke, but something was off. His face was without pain or emotion. This was wrong. Clearly something about this was wrong, although through the chaos of my family panicking, it was hard to make sense of it all. By the time that we were able to figure out what was going on, Uncle Jack was able to speak clearly, and he seemed to be more normal. I went out to find whatever it was that we saw during the campfire, and I slid and hit my head on some rocks. His mannerisms were still off, but he was able to speak normally again. We finally decided to take Uncle Jack to the ER in the morning, if his condition did not improve. The whole event made me feel uncomfortable, and I decided to stay with my parents in their tent, rather than staying in the nice RV. Something about this didn't add up, and I felt safer the more distance I put between me and Uncle Jack. The next morning is a day that will forever be scarred in my mind and in my family's lives. We all got up around 9 or so and began packing. We made breakfast as a family, but Uncle Jack, Aunt Linda, and Stephen were all missing from breakfast. Aunt Jenny wanted to go check on Uncle Jack to make sure that he was doing okay and went into their RV. After knocking a few times, she then tried the door, which was unlocked, and went inside. The next bit is fuzzy in my memory, but I still remember her scream. Everyone at breakfast stopped what they were doing and glanced over to the RV, where Aunt Jenny was still screaming. A few of my uncles and my father went to the RV and immediately exited, while calling the police and escorting Jenny in the process. I walked over out of curiosity to try to get a glance inside of the RV. Unfortunately, I was able to do so. I walked by the front of the RV, looking through the windshield. The interior was covered with blood. I couldn't see any bodies, but the only thing that remained was my aunt's wheelchair. This happened 12 years ago, and to this day, I still consider myself lucky. The morning was cool as we loaded into the ambulance, heading to a call at the edge of town. It was 6:12 a.m., and it was still dark outside. We were called in by the police station saying that there were multiple wounded and a few dead at what seemed to be a farm. We didn't actually know what caused the injuries, but we made our way to the scene. The address took us to a dirt road that led us to a home that had 2 police cars outside with their lights on, but we didn't see any officers posted. There was no one there. The home was attached to a farm that seemed to be either deserted or just really old, but my main focus was on the cop cars out front. Typically, when they are called to a scene, there is at least a police officer guiding us to where we needed to go. But there was no one. A situation like this could be dangerous. We could be heading into danger and not know it. The home's front door was open, but there weren't any lights on. There seemed to be blood on the front porch that led into the house. Having been in the field for 18 months, I was pretty hardened by multiple calls with car crashes and even a triple homicide. But something about this call was different. For the first time being on call, I was actually afraid. I decided that rather than just sitting around, that we should enter the home and try to find the injured people. I slowly entered the home with a flashlight and a medical bag. The blood that was on the porch led into the home and up the stairs. I made my presence known, but I got no response. I tried the lights, but they didn't work. What was this place? As I searched the bottom floor for clues, I started to hear muffled sounds coming from upstairs. It sounded like something very heavy being dragged across the floor. The other paramedics that were now with me also heard the sounds upstairs, but they also seemed to feel scared. We heard the dragging sounds continue upstairs, slowly moving to the top of the stairs. Not thinking, I began to walk to the stairs to see if there was anyone there. The blood on the stairs was thick, and it made it slippery since the floors were made with wood. I shined my light to the top of the stairs, having no idea what to expect. I slowly continued forward with my other paramedics behind me. We were halfway up the stairs when we saw a hand pull forward a policeman who was on the ground. He continued to drag himself on the ground, revealing that his lower half was missing.
"Get out of here before it sees you,"
he said with extreme pain. My medical training must have kicked in as I ignored his warning and I rushed to his aid at the top of the stairs. At the top of the stairs I could see what remained of the officer and the trail of blood that he produced that came to another set of stairs leading to what appeared to be the attic. The two paramedics that were with me attended to the officer at the top of the stairs and I ventured slowly to the stairs of the attic. Above me I could hear sounds that I'm not able to describe, but they were terrifying in nature. Sounds that I assumed to be grunts or something very large eating. My flashlight was the only thing illuminating my path in the long hallway leading to the attic stairs. The hallway was long and unfurnished. I could see scratches on some of the walls and floors, although blood covered most of the floor. I had no idea what was happening here, or more importantly, what was still happening, but I assumed due to the blood and lack of personnel at the scene that there were many that still required my help, although the scene was most likely dangerous. I have experienced violence before while on duty. Many people while in shock can be aggressive and numb to pain, while making subduing them quite the task. I wasn't necessarily preparing for violence, although it is never outside the realm of possibility. I proceeded to the attic steps, alone, flashlight in hand. I was tempted to announce my presence, but I decided against it. I had a feeling that I'd never experienced before, but the best way I could describe it was that I was about to meet the devil. The literal embodiment of evil was up these stairs. I walked up the stairs slowly, hearing sounds much clearer. Sounds that didn't sound good. I was about to reach the top of the stairs when I heard a loud sound coming from downstairs and a rushing of people entering the home. I quickly turned around and ran down the stairs over to the other paramedics and the officer that was in grave condition. Coming up the stairs was a SWAT team in full gear. This would be the first and last time I'd ever see a SWAT team come to a scene. They ordered us all downstairs and told us to leave the officer. The officer was bandaged but unresponsive due to blood loss. They asked me, "Where is it?" sternly, and I pointed to the attic stairs. They rushed the stairs with their weapons drawn, and we went down the stairs. From the bottom floor we could hear screeching and gunfire coming from the attic. A lot of gunfire. We were ushered outside by more members of the SWAT team. By this time, the sun was starting to rise, and not only did the SWAT team arrive, but also government officials in suits. They pulled us aside and asked us questions. They asked us what we saw and who was all inside. Thankfully, we hadn't seen much, so we told them the truth. I asked them, what was going on? What was inside? They didn't answer me, and they told me to attend to the people that they would be bringing out. They brought out 7 bodies that day. 7 mangled bodies. None of them fully intact, however, the one officer missing both legs ended up surviving. What happened here? What did they shoot in the attic? What was I about to see in the attic had the SWAT team not arrived? I'm glad that I wasn't one of those bodies. This is a weird one, but true. We buy and own many properties in the Midwest. I won't disclose where. We manage the properties mainly, but some have homes or buildings attached where we hire a third-party company to do renovations and get it looking somewhat decent to sell. I remember one day I get a call from an old cowboy type saying that he was looking to sell his property as soon as possible. I have gotten calls like this from people wanting to list their properties quickly, so I didn't pay it much mind. However, he mentioned that he's selling his land because it's haunted by demons that roam the property. Wow, this guy's a nut, but that doesn't mean I can't make money off this guy. He tells me a little bit more information about the property that he owns. The property in question actually happened to be an old ghost town that his family happened to own. Back in the 1800s, they used to mine silver there, but due to the demons, it caused the people to leave the town, making it abandoned. He told me that the mines there still had silver in them and that they were fully operational, just no one would ever work there.
After talking to this man on the phone, I was extremely interested. The deal sounded like a gold mine, or should I say, silver mine. I've dealt with crazy people before, people that believed in ghosts or demons that haunted their property. All that meant for me was easy money. I called the old cowboy back and set up a time to go visit the property. I met him at the property and I was surprised to see that the old cowboy was on a horse and had an extra one for me. Evidently, to be able to see the entire property, you'd have to use horseback to get there, even though I had a 4-wheel drive truck. I haven't ridden horses in many years, but I accepted his offer out of kindness. I parked my truck and we went riding around the property. The majority of the property was just bare land, perfect for cattle. He then took me to the part of the property where the ghost town was. It looked like your old typical western town. It even had an old water tower, which was impressive. There were about a dozen or so buildings, most of them only single story, while there were a few that were 2 stories. This was incredible. I spent an hour or so with the cowboy inspecting the different buildings that were on the property. I could tell that the cowboy was proud of the buildings. He obviously spent quite a bit of time and money keeping things up to date. There was one building that caught my eye. This building looked significantly older. The front door was chained up and locked with a heavy-duty lock. The windows had bars on them. The building looked as if time was very unkind to it, almost as if no one touched this building in 80 years or so. I asked the cowboy, out of curiosity, how come all the buildings were so nice except for this one? The cowboy got off his horse and walked over to the front door, inspecting the lock. He then told me about 20 years ago, he caught one of these alleged demons inside. I was mystified and curious. I asked him, so there's a demon inside this building right now? The cowboy nodded. I then got off my horse and went over to the building, peering inside the windows, seeing nothing. I could definitely use this as a bargaining chip in getting a lower price on this property. You got a demon in here, you say? That's not great for the market price. I'll give you half of what you're asking. The cowboy thought ever so briefly, but nodded.
Sounds like a deal, he said.
Trying not to seem too excited, I walked back over to my horse and hopped back on. Before we left, I heard something strange, something oddly terrifying. I heard the jingling of the chains on that front door. Something was actually inside. The old cowboy noticed that I heard the jingling of the door. He then lowered his head as if he was embarrassed.
Don't let it talk to you, he said.
I don't know why, but that scared me a lot. I was beginning to regret my deal. We then rode back to my truck, and by this time it was getting dark out. I told the old cowboy that I'd send the paperwork over in the morning, which I did. He signed everything over to me, and I got a screaming deal on the property. The old cowboy seemed just as happy as I was.
Your problem now, he said with a grin.
I spent the next couple of weeks getting the property ready for showing, doing my best to avoid that one building. I then realized that someone would eventually ask about this building, to which I would simply say that the building was unsafe due to an infestation of termites. If you went inside or demolished the building, that you risked spreading the termites to the other buildings on the property. It seemed like a decent excuse to me. After listing the property for about a month, I got some solid offers. One offer being 3 times the amount I paid for. The offer came from a family that wanted to start a farm. I gave them a quick but brief tour of the property. I didn't mention anything about the quote-unquote demons, but I did tell them about the building and how there were termites inside. They said that it was fine and that they weren't going to do anything with this part of the land anyways, which made me feel better about this deal. I sold them the property and made tons of money. However, it did linger in the back of my mind what was inside that one building. I ended up forgetting about the whole property until I got a call about 3 years later from the sheriff's department of that one county. They told me that the family I sold the property to had recently gone missing. They wanted me to walk the sheriff's department around the property since I had somewhat knowledge of the property layout. My mind instantly flooded back with memories. I felt bad about the situation and somewhat responsible, so I decided to help out the sheriff's department search the property. I met up with the sheriff's department one early Saturday afternoon. I took them throughout the property, searching for this family, but we found nothing. I then took them to the part of the property where the ghost town was. It looked just how I remembered, except there was heavy machinery laying about the property. It looked as if the family had a change of heart and that they started to remodel parts of the property. My heart sunk into my stomach. I ignored all the buildings and I went straight for the one that was chained up. My suspicions were correct. The chain on the front door had been removed and the front door was wide open. Whatever was inside was now free. I worked as a part-time rancher for a family that lived near me. The father of the family was recently in a truck accident, and he was not able to attend to his cattle. The family went to my church and I knew them quite well, so I accepted. I was good friends with one of their sons who had special needs. His name was Buddy. Buddy always wore chaps and a cowboy hat. He loved cowboys, which made us great friends. Buddy was about 9 years old, and I was 37. But that didn't matter. Whenever I went over to help with the cattle, I'd always see Buddy running out of the house with his toy gun, wanting to ride my horse with me. I would always ask the mother if it was okay for Buddy to ride with me, and she'd always say yes. I worked there on that farm for about 6 months until the husband got better. Even though they didn't need me anymore, I still went by and visited Buddy, if I ever had the time. I remember one day I went over to visit Buddy, and he had a present for me. That family had recently went to an Indian reservation, and they stopped at a gift shop. Buddy was thinking of me and bought me a bullet covered in ash. From what I've heard, bullets covered in ash are used to kill skinwalkers. I don't think that's what Buddy intended as a gift, but I think he just wanted to give me something cool, which indeed it was. The bullet was inside of a small leather pouch which he gave me. The pouch had a string on it which would allow you to wear it as a necklace, which I did, and I wore it everywhere. I even continued to wear the necklace after Buddy's passing, which was always too soon for me. I ended up getting a different job across the state, but I still stayed in contact with Buddy's family. I was still herding cattle, although for a much bigger ranch. This ranch was much different than the ones I was used to back home. Instead of just being a couple hundred cattle, this was more like a couple thousand, and I wasn't the only rancher. Like most ranches, all of them have their fair share of problems. The problem at this ranch was that there was wolves getting into the cattle. We were actually asked to shoot at any wolves we saw on sight. Normally I just carry a pistol with me, but since starting at this ranch, they've asked me to start carrying a rifle as well. I find carrying a rifle quite annoying, so I typically just keep it holstered on my horse. This proved to be a potentially fatal mistake one evening. It was late at night and I was doing my rounds checking up on the cattle. I had a heavy flashlight in one hand and reins in the other. I was hearing signs of distress coming from a large herd ahead of me, but I couldn't see anything. I tried riding my way through the herd as best I could, shining my flashlight around. That's when I saw it. A lone wolf was attacking a small calf. The wolf was quite large and had a good bite around the calf's neck. I then rode over to where the wolf was attacking the calf, thinking that this would be enough to spook the wolf off into leaving the calf alone. To my confusion and utter horror, the wolf then promptly ripped the head off of the calf. Having just witnessed this, I knew that something was wrong. Wolves get their strength from their numbers, and typically hunt in packs. But a lone wolf taking off the head of a calf did not add up. I was within 30 yards of the wolf when my horse started bucking me off. My horse never gets spooked, which caught me off guard and caused me to fall off my saddle. My horse promptly took off back to the barn and to safety while also taking my rifle with him, leaving me behind. Thankfully, I still had my pistol with me, but it would roughly be ineffective to an animal that large at that distance. The sound of my horse bucking me off caught the attention of the wolf, and the wolf started slowly coming towards me. This wasn't your average wolf. It looked much bigger, and it almost looked like it was decaying, as if it was roadkill. I pulled my pistol and aimed it at the animal, which oddly enough caused the animal to stop. I then tried firing 3 shots at the animal, mainly to try to scare it off. But the animal kept coming towards me. I then fired another shot, and this one hit. But to my surprise, instead of yelping and running away, the creature stood up on its hind legs. It flashed its teeth of yellow fangs. Its eyes glowed a dark red. I could hear a deep and guttural growl coming from the creature. At this moment, I could almost guarantee that I was going to die. I continued firing my pistol at the creature, to which it had no effect. I could see a black liquid ooze out of the creature where my shots landed. I continued firing until I heard a click on my pistol. I was out of bullets. Out of desperation, I quickly patted myself down looking for extra ammo, but I had nothing in my pockets. It was almost as if the creature knew I was out of bullets when it let out a grin and began walking slowly towards me. There was no point in running because it would just simply chase me down. I continued patting my pockets when I remembered my necklace, Buddy's bullet. As a last-ditch effort, I quickly grabbed the bullet out of its pouch and inserted it into my pistol. I don't even recall if the bullet was the right size for my gun, but at this point it didn't even matter. I had to try. I then cocked my pistol and leveled it at the creature, but instead of firing, I waited. I wanted to make sure that I was going to hit this thing. When the creature was within 10 yards of me, I then pulled the trigger. Half expecting to hear it click, the gun fired, and it hit the creature right in the chest. This time, the creature let out a reaction, clutching its chest and screaming. The creature then fell to the earth, flailing around for only a few seconds, and then stopped. This is the part of the story where things just don't make sense. As I was walking over to the creature, I swear to you that the creature transformed into an old woman. The woman was old and wrinkly. She looked easily 80 years old. Her fingers and feet had long claws, and her eyes were still glowing red. I think I just killed a skinwalker. Not knowing what to do, I quickly ran back to the barn, grabbing not only my horse but other ranchers to come help. By the time we got back, the old woman was gone, but the calf remained. My suspicion was that other skinwalkers took the body of the one, so we would not be able to inspect it. Anyways, that's my story. I should have died that night, but thankfully, I had a friend looking out for me. Buddy, I owe you one.
The outdoors is a place of unmatched natural beauty. For a good part of my life, I considered it my home, and a place I could never imagine dreading. However, during the fall of 2004, I went on a quote-unquote field expedition with my college class that made me see the dark horrors that lurk in the cold shadows of the unexplored parts of the world. My sophomore year of college was the height of my college experience, as I was exploring many different career paths that included the outdoors, as well as a copious amount of recreational drugs. I had considered being a geologist since I found rocks to be interesting, and I loved to be outside. I had always collected rocks growing up, but I never cared enough to know all the names of the different rocks I had in my collection that I kept in a shoebox under my bed. I figured that taking geology would better align me with my childhood hobby and prepare me for a potential career. My geology class was a group of interesting characters that weren't exactly what you would consider to be model students. I obviously fit in well and made a good number of friends in the class. We would hang outside of class and go hiking on the weekends and get high in the mountains where we knew that no police would find us. We did have to keep our eyes open for wolves and bears and other large creatures that roamed the woods, but it wasn't anything that we weren't unprepared for. It was near the end of the semester, and my professor challenged the class to research out local mining operations and ask for samples from the company as proof. The group that provided the best sample would receive an automatic letter grade bump in their final grade, which would take me from a C to a B. I looked at my group with anticipation since we were all somewhat struggling in the class. After class, we met up as a group and went over our options. We obviously wanted to provide the best sample in order to win. We knew that going to a typical coal or iron mine wasn't going to cut it. We needed to go to a gold mine, but there'd be no way that they'd ever give us a sizable sample that would be worthwhile. Thankfully, one of the members in our group was a local to this area. He told us that there used to be a gold mine up north about 2 hours, but unfortunately it was abandoned due to complications, whatever that means. My group was either brave or stupid enough to pick that as our mine that we were going to get our sample from. We figured that we could search the operation and see if they left anything behind that we could use. Our group had 5 people, including myself. Just for reference, my name is Sean, and the other members are Jake, Matt, Kendra, and Chelsea. Matt and Kendra were a couple, and Chelsea was just one of the guys. We decided to make a weekend of it since we'd be a good drive north. Winter was starting, but not quite full force yet. Luckily, Jake was able to talk to his parents into letting us borrow a camp trailer that weekend, so we didn't have to stay outside in tents or in someone's car. We left after class on Friday and piled into Jake's truck, which was attached to his family's camp trailer, and we took off to find our sample in this abandoned mine. We didn't really know why the mine was closed, but we assumed that it was because it wasn't producing as much as it was, or it simply just wasn't worth the trouble of mining. The mine was a good distance away from the cities, and as we drove, the more dense the trees became around us. We finally arrived at what appeared to be a small clearing in the woods and a parking lot with a dozen or so commercial trailers. We didn't check the trailers, but we assumed that they were abandoned. It was dark and rather cold, so we decided that our adventure could wait till daytime. We parked the trailer in the parking lot and got situated with sleeping arrangements. The night here was different. To be completely honest, I was quite spooked. It felt like I was in someone's territory where I shouldn't have been. The empty commercial trailers and the clearing of the woods made everyone uncomfortable. Something in the back of everyone's mind told us that there was something inhabiting them. We decided that rather than going straight to bed, that we would stay up and indulge ourselves in a smoke session with the group. The smoke session was more intense than usual. We somewhat forgot that we were out in the middle of the woods, and that we felt impending danger. As the night went on and the more we chilled, we began to hear things coming from outside.
"Guys, did you hear that?" Jake said.
Honestly, we were pretty baked at this point, and Jake was always the paranoid one of the group, so we told him to relax and take another hit. Not much later, I was changing the music, and we all heard something outside. We all paused since we heard what sounded like something outside trying to sneak around, without alerting anyone. It was one of those moments that really sober you up, and everyone got serious. We did our best to look outside of the trailer without having to go outside. We were not wanting to meet anyone or anything out in the woods this late at night. We figured that since no one was pounding on our trailer telling us to leave, that we would be okay for the night. Our main concern was that we would get caught with weed or trespassing by police, rather than some bear or a serial killer on the loose. We decided to call it a night with the smoking, but the noises outside continued. There came a point where something hit our trailer hard, and Jake went outside to see what it was. He scanned the parking lot with a flashlight, but he didn't seem to see anything. We all waited inside like the cowards we were, and waited for Jake to get back in the trailer, but he never did. We began to worry when Jake didn't return within a few minutes. We called for him a few times when we realized that someone would actually have to go outside and look for him. The group looked at one another without saying anything, but we all knew that someone had to go out to look for Jake. I volunteered to go, and Matt also voiced that he wanted to join me, but Kendra told him that he needed to stay with her and Chelsea. Great. Looks like I'm doing this by myself. I stepped out into the cold, dark night with a flashlight. My light seemed to be swallowed up by the surrounding darkness of the woods. I shined my light over to the commercial trailers where I figured Jake would be, but all I saw was an empty shell of what was once a busy mining company. I began walking over to the trailers slowly, hoping to catch sight of any movement, but everything looked still. The feeling of dread was much worse than before. I felt vulnerable being outside, and I felt like something was stalking me. I started walking towards the trailers, hoping to find any sign of Jake. I was about to call out Jake's name when I heard a sound coming from one of the trailers, a good distance away. I felt somewhat relieved, thinking that this noise was caused by Jake. I started walking quite quickly over to the noise, which was about 4 trailers away, when suddenly something grabbed me from behind. I was so paralyzed by fear, I didn't have the ability to swing at whatever grabbed me.
Thankfully, the thing that grabbed me was Jake, and he pulled me behind one of the trailers, shushing me while doing so.
"I think they can see us,"
he whispered. We both sat there silently, looking for any movement or listening for any sound. We didn't see any movement or anything, but I did hear what sounded like clicking coming from around us. After a few minutes of just sitting there and nothing happening, I told Jake that you're just being paranoid again. We need to get back to the trailer. He told me that he saw something, and that it ran into one of the trailers nearby. I wasn't looking to see if he was telling the truth. I told him that he's just having a bad trip, and that there was nothing out here with us. This was obviously a lie. I just wanted to get him back to the trailer quickly. We started making our way back when I heard something behind us. It was that clicking sound again, except this time it sounded so close. Against my better judgment, I decided to turn around and shine my flashlight on what was making that sound. What I saw defies my belief on what I know to be real, and to this day is the biggest reason why I don't go outside. What I saw is best described as like a golem with long teeth and pointy ears, a very flat and short nose, almost resembling a bat, minus the wings, except this creature was the size of a very large dog. The creature had very large white eyes, but I don't think it could see us. Seeing this creature caused me to be paralyzed. I quietly whispered to Jake, "Do not turn around. Keep facing our trailer." I was afraid that if he saw this thing, that he'd cause the creature to chase us. The creature kept making this clicking sound, but it kept tilting its head from side to side, as if it was trying to listen to us. Something told me that as long as we stood still, this thing couldn't find us. However, that wasn't an option for long, as Jake started to sob quietly. Thankfully, I thought on my feet and I threw my flashlight off into the woods. This creature then galloped off into the woods and away from us, and I used this opportunity to sprint back to the trailer with Jake. Once back to the trailer, I told everyone what I saw, and they all started to freak out. We decided to cut our trip short, and we left that night, leaving behind, unfortunately, our best opportunity to get a good grade. That was my last semester in college, and to this day I can't explain what I saw. I don't know what it was, and thankfully, I have yet to see one of those things again. I work as an accountant in the upstate of New York. My life is quite notoriously boring, as most accountants are. However, I am a part of a group called Urban Exploration on Facebook, where we go to different places and explore. Most of these places are abandoned, or should be at least. However, we do come across a couple of hobos every now and then. Most are pretty docile, or too drugged up to do anything. However, the story I'm about to tell you is of an instance where we came across something supernatural. The event happened when my urban exploration group wanted to go visit the Blackwell Asylum on Roosevelt Island. The asylum was on one of the islands off of New York and is infamous for being haunted. The island is not open to the public, which was part of the appeal for me. One of the group members on the urban exploration page on Facebook said that he had a boat and that he was going to go one night. Me and a half dozen of people decided to go with him. Whenever I go and explore a new place, I always think of it smart to pack a weapon. I always carry a small pistol when I go investigate. It's mainly for my anxiety, but I figured that if I ever came across someone I didn't want to meet, I'd be prepared. We all met together at 9 o'clock at the local bowling alley. From there, we carpooled over to the docks to where the boat was located. The boat wasn't very big, but it sat all of us comfortably. On the boat ride over, we were all sharing stories about this asylum. Some said that it was haunted, while others said that there was a cult there, infamous for thinking that they were vampires. I find these kind of stories amusing, and part of the reason why I go on these explorations. When we finally arrived to the island, I was quite amazed to see the asylum. Despite being quite old, it was beautiful. That was one of the things I really enjoyed about this group. It got me out of my shell and took me to cool places I never would have gone to before. Unfortunately, it also opened my eyes to a harsh new reality. We docked the boat around 11 o'clock and began our exploration. Many people in our group, including myself, had GoPros. We got everything set up, and we began our investigation. The main level looked like any other place I'd visit. Trash was everywhere, and old remnants of the old asylum were still intact. There was graffiti on some of the walls, but that's pretty standard at most of these places. Some of the graffiti can actually be quite beautiful. We searched the main floor quite thoroughly. Thankfully, at this point, we had yet to find any evidence that people were living here. However, this would change once we made our way into the basement. After about 20 minutes of being here, we found a set of stairs leading down into a basement. At the top of the basement stairs was written in spray paint, "Hell," and pointing downwards. Little did we know the spray paint was actually a warning of what we were actually going to see. We made our way down into the basement, and once we got to the bottom, and to everyone's surprise, down the hallway, there was a light on. As we made our way down the hallway, I put my hand on my pistol. The light that was down the hallway was being obscured by these plastic sheets that were hung up. I noticed that on some of these sheets were blood. Not a great sign. My group was surprisingly stealthy. None of us made a sound. That is until we made it to the room. Behind the last and final sheet was a room that had candles lit on the floor. On the floor, drawn in blood, appeared different types of symbols, some of which I recognized. But that wasn't the startling part. In this room, chained to the wall, were 4 different people. We all realized that we just stumbled across something very sinister. Some of the people were missing limbs and were quite bandaged heavily. We needed to leave, now. I was not waiting around to find the people that did this. I pulled out my pistol and kept it to my side. Some of the group members wanted to stay and help the people, while everyone else wanted to leave. We then heard something coming from the back room on the other side of this room that we were in. It sounded like something was being dragged. Everyone immediately sprinted down the hallway and back up the stairs. Everyone made it out of the asylum fine, and thankfully, we didn't see any other people. We all got on the boat and took off for the mainland. Once on the mainland, we made our way to the police station and told them what we saw. The police kept us there for less than an hour, asking us questions about the asylum. I think that the police realized in the tone of our voices that we were telling the truth. After answering a couple of questions, we were free to go home. And that's exactly what I did. A couple of days later, I got a visit from one of the policemen at my work. He asked me if I had a couple of minutes to spare, and he wanted to share with me what they found. He told me that once they visited the asylum that same night, that they also found the few people chained to the wall, as well as 15 other people that were a part of a cannibalistic cult. He told me that I was lucky and that those people would have outnumbered us. He then told me something very startling, and to this day, I find quite difficult to believe. That those people chained to the wall, missing limbs, wasn't just a coincidence. The cannibalistic cult was slowly eating them, piece by piece. When I graduated college, I decided that I wanted to go backpack through Russia. I was always fascinated with their culture, and I wanted to ride their famous train across the Trans-Siberian Railway. For those of you that are unaware, the Trans-Siberian Railway is a railroad that goes across the entirety of Russia. The railway is quite cheap to ride, and me having recently graduated college was the perfect vacation since I didn't have much money. During my vacation, I would get off at some of the stops and explore for a day or two. There was one place that really stuck out to me. I forgot the name of the city, but I came across something that was quite terrifying. The town that I stopped at was quite small and was located at the center of a forest. One of the first things that I noticed about the town was that it had a massive graveyard. That was odd, I thought, which made the town a little bit more creepy. It's also important for the story to tell you that I know absolutely no Russian. As I was walking by the graveyard, I noticed something quite peculiar about some of the graves. The graves had these iron bars enclosing them. Only a few of them had the bars over the graves. I honestly had never seen anything like this before, but I figured it was only there to prevent grave robbers. I went to the local bar and with my bad translator, I ordered a beer and grabbed some dinner. It honestly wasn't that late, and the sun was still up when people started to speak loudly and leave the bar. I'd obviously had no idea what they were saying, but it was clear that everyone was leaving. I wasn't even close to being finished with my food when an old lady started shouting at me, trying to shoo me away from out of the bar. I was confused and I tried to tell her that I was still eating, when a larger man came out from behind the bar carrying a bat. I got up and I walked out of the bar before he could get close to me, and I went outside. The large man then closed the door behind me and locked it. I know that Russians have a different culture, but this was something else. I started to walk near the woods when the sun started to go down. As I was walking, I started to hear what sounded like screaming, coming from the woods. My ears perked up, but I glanced over to the woods, but I couldn't see anything. The screaming was short, but I was concerned enough to go investigate. I tried to walk into the woods, but there weren't any paths anywhere. The trees and brush were too thick for me to get anywhere. I turned around and I went back to the town. The town looked completely deserted. Nothing was open. No one was driving around, and no one was outside. At this point, the sun had set, but it was still light out. I tried knocking on doors to find a place for me to stay, or at least find a taxi, but no one answered. It then dawned on me that my best opportunity to find a place to stay was for me to walk back to the train station, which was about 5 miles away. I began walking down the paved road back to the train station when the sun finally set. It was quite cold, but more importantly, it was really dark. I wasn't too far down the road, about 10 minutes or so, when I heard a weird sound. It sounded like an emergency siren going off over the town. It sounded like a World War II air raid or something. Being concerned for my safety, I decided that it was best for me to keep walking out of the town. The road was dark and was surrounded by a forest. Thankfully, my eyes had adjusted just enough to where I could see the road, but I couldn't see anything in the woods. I got about halfway down the road when I heard a scream coming not that deep from inside the woods. This caused me to jump, and I was immediately struck with fear. I then started a slight jog as I wanted to distance myself with whatever was going on in the woods. I then heard the scream again, except this time it was much closer, as if whatever it was following me. My jog turned into a full sprint when I heard movement coming from the woods nearby. I quickly glanced over to the woods to see if I could see anything, but it was too dark. I knew that whatever it was could probably see me, and I felt vulnerable. Thankfully, just down the road, I could see the light from the train station. However, there was still a good distance I'd have to travel on foot in order to get there. The sounds continued behind me, but instead of being out in the woods, it sounded like whatever it was on the road. I could hear huffing and growling as if some kind of beast was chasing me. I was literally running for my life. Considering that I was out of shape and I just jogged 5 miles, I was exhausted, but I knew that if I stopped, I would die. The growling and huffing got louder as I quickly approached the train station, but all of those sounds stopped when I reached the light of the train station. Confused by what was chasing me and why it stopped, I turned around to see what it was. I was expecting a wolf or a large bear, but to my surprise and utter horror, I saw what appeared to be an old woman. She didn't step within the light, but I could still see her. She looked mangy and feral, as if she'd been living off in the woods. To be perfectly honest, I don't think she was human. Not wanting to press my luck, I continued a slight jog to the train station, where it would be safe. Thankfully, the thing that resembled the woman didn't follow me, but went back into the woods. I don't know what to make of that experience, and I'm half tempted to go back to that town to get some answers. Why was there a siren? Why were people afraid to be out past dark? And why was that woman afraid to come into the light? I have my suspicions as to what she was, but frankly, I don't think I want the answers.
Months later, I can remember all of them, down to the slightest idiosyncrasies and quirks. They were my friends, and now they're gone. There's a hole in my life where they were. Sometimes I'll remember something they said or did, and it'll hit me like a ton of bricks. They're gone now, and I'm only left with memories of them. I'm sorry for being maudlin and bringing everyone down, but I think this is the only way I can really introduce my story and explain why I feel like I have to type this out. I think that writing this is the only way that I can learn to accept that. I'll try to keep these downer tendencies to myself as I'm writing all of this down, but I can't make any promises. I know that being the third wheel in a group can be a terrible thing, but I can think of something worse, being a fifth wheel. If you're the third wheel, your group is a semi-functional tricycle. If you're a fifth wheel, you're left as some obscure car from the 50s that no one remembers or cares about. Imagine not being able to follow the in-jokes and shared history of one couple and multiply that by 2. Getting stuck as the fifth wheel is twice as bad. That was the frame of mind I had as we all piled into Ian's car to go to the Gila National Forest for our hike. I know that was a weird opening to give to all of this after my depressing opening, but I want all of you to have an idea of my mindset. I'm not quite sure how to describe all of this, but I do know that I need to tell someone. I need someone else to know what happened and help me come to terms with it all. I think the only way I'll be able to explain this would be to help you see from my perspective as much as possible. So, there we were, driving down to the Gila for a hike, with me feeling like the fifth wheel wedged between 2 of Ian's friends, who I didn't know. 3 of us were crammed in the back seat while Ian and his girlfriend were up front. I look back at that unnecessary bit of moping back in August 2016 as one of the last few moments of normalcy I will have in my life. I tried to make the best of the situation. I really did. Ian was always the more social of us. Our mom used to tell us that Ian could make anyone his friend, and that once I had a friend, that I kept them. It was one of those parental platitudes that was given to reassure a socially awkward child that there was nothing wrong. Unfortunately, it would take me almost 19 years to learn that that wasn't true. Instead of taking therapist diagnosis of social anxiety disorder, following a breakdown after an office get-together as a means for seeking treatment, I used it as an excuse to cloister myself off from the world. I stayed in my apartment when I wasn't working, and I told myself I was just doing what was best for me. Of course, Ian decided that that wasn't healthy, and convinced me to go on a week-long hike with him. It wasn't until I showed up at his house at 6 in the morning on Friday, after taking the day off of work, that I saw that he invited others along. I think he saw it as means of getting me help and breaking me out of my shell. Unfortunately, though, with Ian's extroverted nature, he didn't realize that I liked being in my shell. It was comfortable. A turtle doesn't like being broken out of its shell. After a brief introduction where I caught no one's name except for those I already knew, my brother and his girlfriend, Jessica, due to the morning grogginess and the rushed introduction, we packed up the car and left for our hike. It took 3 hours of mostly awkward silence for us to reach our destination. Ian tried to make conversation, but my short responses and the other sleepiness killed them off fairly quickly. We found the parking lot near the Gila Cliff dwellings. As we unpacked our gear, we took a moment to bask in the beautiful sight that sat perched above us. It's hard to believe that someone could carve an entire town into the face of a cliff, but 700 years ago people managed to do just that. Given that the parking lot was empty, except for us, we would find out why later, and I was in need of some social lubrication. We split a 6-pack of beer, and I took in the majesty. Here's a picture in case you were wondering what the area looked like. As we finished our beers, we got everything prepared, and used the restrooms. Ian explained that the path that we would be taking in detail. What we didn't know, and what my brother had failed to tell us, was that the West Fork Trail had been closed all summer due to flooding. To be honest, the path wasn't that dangerous. They had just opted not to clear it due to the recent floodings, so it'd be a bit more like a rugged hike. While it wasn't perilous in itself, it did keep us from encountering other hikers, which would cause us a lot of problems when we actually needed help. Ian figured that we could make about 2 or 3 miles per hour, and we would be able to complete the Gila Loop, which was about 30 miles long, with enough time to get back on Sunday and be ready for our respective jobs on Monday, with no one any wiser that we'd backpacked a closed section of the national park. As his explanation was a bit heavy on names and locations, some of which I can't recall clearly, I opted to include a picture rather than spend a page writing out everything. For the sake of simplicity, this is the path that we were taking. In addition, I'll include a more detailed map of the entire area so you can orient yourself if you want to trace the trail we took. If you plan on following along with the path as I tell you about this experience, all I can say is, good luck. Even as I stare at it now, I feel just as lost now as I was then. I was just going along with the group and trying to keep a positive mindset about everything. I wanted to try and do a better job of getting to know Ian and Jessica's friends better. I think that my circumstances had finally began to set in. I had been living in a quiet apartment in New Mexico for over a year, and I had no friends. I would go to work and then go home without doing anything else. Sometimes I would spend the entire weekend without saying a single word to anyone or seeing another person. I knew that if I didn't change something quick, that solitude would become the norm, and that frightened me. Our first day was relatively quiet. We spent a majority of the time taking in the sights, soaking in the sun, and breathing the fresh air. The hike felt like we were constantly moving upward. As I was unaccustomed to hiking, I frequently fell behind, but I never completely lost sight of my brother's friends. While we took a break under the shade of a tree whose bark looked like dried scales from some long-dead alligator, I tried to make small talk with everyone. I fell into a quick conversation with Ian and Jessica about their work and what they'd been up to lately. When it came time to talk to the other two, I only managed to get the conversation going a few sentences before it shivered up and died. I remember assuring myself that it would be easier when we stopped for the night. We rested for a while before continuing our ascent up the mesa. This is where everyone realized how truly out of my element I was here. The path up the mesa was agonizing for me. It seemed to never stop climbing up, and there was almost no shade to keep the sun from beating down on us. I was sweating buckets, panting and wheezing whenever they stopped to wait for me to catch up. I tried to pretend that I didn't notice their exasperated whispers or side glances, but it was easier said than done. They seemed like the outdoorsy type that had been doing this sort of thing for years. By the time our path started to level out, I was ready to turn around and leave. It wasn't until we reached the top and looked out over everything that I realized how foolish of an idea that was. Even if I was able to convince Ian to give me the keys and let me walk back to the car and go home, I had no idea where I was going or what trail markers we had been using. I imagined splitting off from the group and tromping through poison ivy, bumbling into rapey gangs of banjo-playing hill folk, or getting lost in the dark and wandering in circles until exhaustion and exposure took me. Even if I did manage to hike back to the parking lot, where was I going to go? Would I go back home to my empty apartment, eat a Hot Pocket, and feel sorry for myself again? I decided to tough it out and continue hiking. We made camp at a dry section of Indian Creek after having hiked a decent amount. Ian was confident that we'd make it back on Sunday, and that the next few days were going to be less intensive. We ate some food and stowed the rest in a bareback away from camp. We were passing a bottle of whiskey around in front of the campfire we had built when the conversation shifted to the most awkward moments everyone had experienced. Ian retold his story about the first time he met Jessica at a club where he was way too drunk for his own good and ended up puking on her purse. Jessica bristled at the memory and jokingly called Ian an a-hole for that. Each person shared their story about bumbling first kiss where their braces got hooked together, locking themselves out of their dorm rooms in underwear, their cringe-inducing high school edgelord personality, and caring for their drunken boyfriend who puked into their favorite bag. Then the bottle came to me, and it was my turn to tell them a story. I instantly knew what the most embarrassing story was the moment we started the conversation. I didn't tell them about the door, though. Instead, I made up a story about ripping my pants in front of a group of people during a work interview that I'd probably ripped straight from the 90s sitcom. They laughed with me, and I felt like a piece of crap. They had bothered to reveal their most embarrassing moments, and were commiserating on their shared experiences, and here I was too afraid to tell them the truth, to tell them about the door. The conversation continued for a bit afterwards, as we killed the bottle. When it was dead, we had all went to bed still pretty drunk, after dousing the campfire. I woke up in the middle of the night, desperately needing to use the bathroom, still a bit fuzzy from the bullet whiskey. I tromped off into the woods to do my business. It wasn't until I was almost done that Nadia's voice cut through the blackness. She asked me if I had a lighter. Since I hadn't heard her approach, the sound of her voice made me jump. It would have scared the piss out of me had I not just gone to the bathroom. I mumbled something about having a lighter back around camp. She told me that she had dropped hers, and she asked me to help look for it. But I was too out of it to be good to anyone, so I told her that we'd look for it later. I vaguely remember her mumbling a protest as I stumbled back into my sleeping roll. It wasn't until I woke up the next morning that I realized how stupid I'd been. Apparently, they had heard yowling in the surrounding woods all last night. They thought that the sound could have possibly belonged to a Mexican gray wolf, but no one knew for sure.
Ian knew that they inhabited the area, but were very uncommon. I paled at the thought of being mauled by a wolf while out peeing in the middle of the woods. I decided next time I would wake up Ian before going out into the woods to answer the call of nature. We packed up a while later, after a light breakfast, and continued on our hike. The second day was a little better. The overbearing sun I suffered previously was hidden behind heavy clouds. We crossed a number of rivers as we followed the 157-729 junction. We went along the Little Bear Canyon as we headed towards the TJ Coral, which was towards the end of the hiking loop. As the path hadn't been cleared yet, we frequently had to dodge patches of poison ivy and stinging nettles. I fared much better on this hike, and despite nursing a slight hangover, I felt like I was doing a much better job of getting around with my pack and clunky boots my brother had loaned me. We made camp around midday and purified some water from the nearby river, boiling and adding iodine tablets to them, as the last section of our hike didn't really have many opportunities for drinkable water. I think that maybe our encounter last night with the yipping and yelling wolves added a bit of seriousness to the hike, as there wasn't much joking around or conversations this night. We talked a little bit, but mainly just had something small to eat while we stared into the campfire. Ian and Jessica were the first to call it a night. I stayed up with the others for a bit, but they were mainly silent. The other two slowly went off after a bit, and I decided to enjoy the warmth a little bit longer before getting ready to go to bed for the night. Just as I finished dousing the fire, I remember Gary coming up and asking me for the map. He told me he wanted to plan out the rest of our trip, and that there was a spring nearby that we should really visit that wasn't too far out of the way. I grabbed the map from Ian's pack and gave it to him before turning in. I woke up the next morning to the sound of Ian rustling around his bag. He sounded angrier the longer he searched. He knocked mess kits into each other as he peered deep into the pack for something he was missing. Frustrated that he wasn't finding the item he was looking for, he turned the bag upside down and dumped out everything. He was practically ready to tear out his own hair, and it seemed like he had spent the entire morning looking for that one thing, wanting to know what was up. I walked up to him and started talking. He asked me, "Hey man, have you seen the map anywhere? I can't seem to find it." "Where's Gary?" I gave him the map last night so he could map out a little detour on the trip so we could visit a spring. "Why don't you ask him? He probably knows," I answered. It was then that Ian said something that changed everything. "Gary? Who are you talking about? Do you mean Oliver? Don't tell me you thought his name was..." I explained, "No, I was talking about Gary. Tall guy, kinda lanky." "You're joking, right?" He looked confused for a few seconds and made a questioning sound, like a really old computer trying to process something before it catches fire. The pieces clicked and Ian shouted, "Who the F is Gary?" getting attention of everyone in the area. "He was... Some effing guy asked you for a map in the middle of the night, and you just effing give it to him? You handed someone our stuff to some random stranger you just met in the woods?" I tried to explain myself and tell him that I knew Gary, and that he did too since I remember hiking with him the day before, but I couldn't find the words to convey that point. It was here that Jessica stepped in and asked what was going on. Ian vented vitriol. "How effing stupid are you even? Some random guy, Gary, comes up to you in the middle of the night asking you for our stuff and you just give it to him? Jeez, dude, we need to get that map to get around smoothly since the trails out here haven't been cleared." Ian shouted for about 15 minutes while everyone became aware of the situation. Jessica managed to calm him down enough to figure out what our next move was. While we weren't completely screwed, as Ian had memorized a large portion of trail markers, it was going to be a lot harder to navigate the necessary junctions to bring us back around to our car. We packed up all of our stuff, making sure that the guy hadn't taken anything else, and we left. The entire hike, I could feel Ian's eyes drilling into me. The last time I'd seen him this furious was just before he got into a fight with Aaron Fredlinger and beat him into a pulp. He got suspended for a week and Aaron got a black eye, busted lip, and never said anything about her mother again. Each time we came across a break in the path, we spent a few minutes while Ian tried to remember where to go. The fact that the trail had been closed and the paths were overgrown only served to make everything more difficult. I think that's how we made a wrong turn and began wandering on the faint trail. I don't actually know if that's where things went wrong, since we didn't have the map at that time, but that's my best guess, further away from home and safety. Towards midday, tensions had reached a critical point. Ian frequently mumbled things that would make a sailor blush, while Jessica tried to hide the fact that she was close to crying. Oliver attempted to lighten the situation by telling everyone that we just had to follow the compass and that we'd get home safe and sound. Oliver's girlfriend didn't say much. She just stared quietly at her feet as she walked. I think she had the right idea, since Lucas was constantly misplacing his footing and slipping. He looked like he'd downed a fifth of vodka and was trying to walk a tightrope while being randomly shocked with a cattle prod. The realization twisted something deep down inside and made me want to throw up. I stopped walking and began talking to Lucas. "What's going on with you, man?" Ian, still pissed off at me, took this opportunity to vent a bit. "Huh? What are you talking about now?" "Lucas is bumbling and twitching all over the place. What's wrong with..." "Don't be a dick, man. You know he has multiple sclerosis. We told you before the hike started about his condition." As soon as he said it, the events came rushing back to me, clear as day. I recall Ian pulling me to the side and telling me about his friend's diagnosis, and how this was likely going to be his last opportunity to undertake a long hike like this, so we had to help him and move slowly. I remember watching him scramble up the trail and thinking about her own mom and her illness. It brought back bittersweet memories of birthday wishes given to us from hospital beds, and hearing her sob quietly to herself in the middle of the night when she thought we were asleep. Guilt flooded over me, and I stepped forward to apologize to Lucas when it happened. Lucas growled at me the instant I stepped forward, and he dropped to a hunched position on his hands and feet. It almost looked like his skin was bristling at the possible threat, and I could see his broken and decaying teeth as he hissed at all of us, before taking off at a hopping stride into the woods. He moved like one of those CGI monstrosities from the last Planet of the Apes movie. His shaky and unstable balance was replaced by a more natural and animalistic gait as he lobbed into the distance and disappeared amongst the trees. The last thing I saw was what I assumed were his clothes, sloughing off his body, revealing that they weren't actually clothes, but gray folds of skin. Oliver was the first to talk. What the fu-" As soon as Oliver said those words, it was like a switch had flipped that set everyone to panic mode. We began to run along the trail as if it would do us any good. The only thought in my head was to put as much distance as possible between me and that thing. I think it took a good 15 minutes for us to run out of energy with heavy packs and the disorienting nature of the woods. As we tried to catch our breath, I surveyed the area around us and came to the terrible realization. In our panic, we had just run off the path and we were now even deeper into the woods. We tried to make sense of what we saw. I just remember Ian mumbling the same phrase over and over. What the hell was that? The short answer was that it was Lucas. The long of it is this: there was no Lucas. Not really. I'm sorry for interrupting the story in the middle like this, but I think it's now the best time to try to explain everything. I know how confusing this all seems with Gary and Lucas. The truth is, I did that because I don't think I could have appropriately explained it to you without the first experiencing it from my eyes. I don't know what to call those things, but they do something to your mind. They insinuate themselves into your memories. They wrap themselves up in a wall of your recollections, and even though you know something is wrong, you can't quite put your finger on it. Your group of 4 friends could grow into 5, and you wouldn't be any wiser. A part of you will stupidly admonish you for ever wondering how many there were. You look at it and you recognize the face. You remember events. You remember getting drunk at a bar together. You remember them crying on your shoulder after a rough breakup. You remember everything that happened between you, but none of it is true. I don't know how it does it. It crawls into your head somehow and makes you see things in ways that benefits them. It can mold memories, but it can't mimic human movement. It walks on 4 claws, not 2 feet. It growls, hisses, and snarls. It doesn't talk. It infiltrates, observes, and waits. It was hunting us, and was trying to drive us deeper into the woods. It was succeeding. We never really reached much of a conclusion about what that thing was, but we did reach a consensus that we had to get out of there as soon as possible. I watched Ian as he looked around the forest and came to the same realization that I did. We were lost. He didn't tell the others. I think he realized that panicking would only get us in more trouble. Instead, he told us to follow him. With the shock of our encounter setting in, we could do nothing but follow his lead and hoped it all worked out. As we walked, we could hear the sounds of distant animals, yowling and calling out to each other. The terror of our situation deepened as the others whispered that those were the same noises that they had heard the first night out in the woods. Whatever that thing was, it was following us and calling out to the other things in the area. At the time, I couldn't stop thinking about one of them, barreling out from the underbrush and sinking its black and rotten teeth into my neck before the rest of the group could react. I remember brushing the thought off and mentally reassuring myself that there were 6 of us here, and we had only actually encountered one of those creatures. As the day pressed on and we seemingly wandered south in an attempt to pick up another trail that would lead us back to the parking lot, I couldn't help but shake a nagging feeling in the back of my mind. It felt like I'd forgotten some important deadline that I should never have forgotten about. It wasn't until Oliver mentioned that he wished of being back in the car that Jessica stopped dead in her tracks. We all turned towards her, but knew what was coming the second she asked. We only took one car down, right? Ian snapped, more fearful than frustrated. Of course we did. Remember how we crammed everyone in that tiny-ass Prius, with all of our camping gear smashed in the trunk and on our laps? What about it? Jessica went white, as if this was the first time that Ian had ever raised his voice at her. She paused for a moment before asking, "How many of us are here right now, and how many does our car seat?" Ian's car sat 4 people comfortably, 5 uncomfortably, and there were 6 of us out in the woods at that moment. Everything happened at once. Ian swore. Oliver's girlfriend gave a half shriek and half gasp, while I looked wide-eyed from person to person, trying to figure out which one of us didn't belong there. Sarah was the only one who managed to say something, and that was, "'Tis me, sugar." She hadn't finished her own words before her jaw popped open. I don't mean that it dropped open like she was astonished at something. It popped open like it was dislocated from her face. The space between her lips was a massive sickly pink void of inflamed gums that was at least a foot wide. She looked at us with dead and dull eyes as she slowly raised a twitching hand up to her jaw and tried to lock it back into a more human-esque appearance. She popped it back into place with a hollow-sounding squelch of meat and bone shifting as if nothing was wrong about what had just happened before she tried to speak again. "It's me?" Ian was the first to react. He stepped towards the failed facsimile of a human and swung his walking stick at her face while bellowing, "Get out of here!" She hopped back from the attack in a sloppy motion and landed on all 4s. Her body shuddered, as if an electric jolt had just passed through her, as she slowly backed away from all of us while facing Jessica the entire time. She hissed at us one last time before retreating deeper into the woods with a convulsive lope. It took a moment for all of us to regain our composure before we continued walking, while trying to look in every direction at once. I remember Oliver rambling as we walked. He kept asking, although no one was responding to him, "Do you see how it moved? It was twitching like an epileptic in a rave." You ever see one of those documentaries about mad cow disease? That thing was twitching and moving like one of those infected cows. What the hell was that thing? Was it a person? What kind of person can do that to their body? It tried to talk to us. He rambled for hours before we had to stop. We had to tell him to shut up because we were worried that the thing could hear us, but really that wasn't the case. We made him stop talking because it only served to scare us. Despite stopping for the night, none of us actually slept. We sat around the campfire and listened to the sound of high-pitched whining and yelping coming from all around us. It seemed like any time I actually got close to falling asleep, the calls would start up and jolt me wide awake. We spoke in hushed whispers and tried to figure out what they wanted with us, though none of us really wanted to answer that question. The hours dragged on almost endlessly before dawn broke and we continued our hike. We spent Sunday hiking around and trying to find a familiar sight, without any real sense of where we were and where we were going. Our only hope was to stumble across another hiker or find an area with a high enough vantage point that we could survey the entire area. Unfortunately, any elevations that we climbed didn't afford us a good view of the area, and it was extremely unlikely that we'd find another hiker due to the fact that the trail had been closed and wasn't cleared. Even if we did, what were the chances that we would trust them, and that we could be certain that it wasn't one of those things? Midway through the day, Ian whispered to me, "Count the people wearing backpacks. One of them is with us again." I casually looked over my shoulder and noticed that one of our group was walking without any gear. They trailed behind us, but were still in our vicinity. They moved slowly, but didn't show any kind of jerky movements of the previous 2. The thought that it was learning to mimic our movements unsettled me. Without really thinking, I shoved off my backpack and approached the imposter. Before they knew what was happening, I shoved them as hard as I could. The instant my hand pressed onto their shirt, I felt something slick and warm give away like the outer layer falling off of a rotten mango. Their shirt slid off their bodies into my hand, and I quickly realized it was their skin. The thing was actually naked, but gave the appearance of clothes by altering the color of its almost translucent skin. I dropped the skin that sloughed off and hit the ground with a wet slap. The creature toppled backwards and began yelping. I can only describe the sound like this. Imagine getting out of your bed in the middle of the night to take a piss. As you are feeling your way through the darkness to get out of your room, you step on your dog's tail. Imagine that surprised yelp of pain and that surprise that comes along with it. Now focus on that emotion you felt when you heard that noise, that sudden surprise and guilt. In reality, the sound it made was nothing like a hurt dog. It just reminded me so much of a wounded pet that I couldn't differentiate the sounds. Here's the worst part. I shouldn't have felt bad. Those things were stalking and tormenting us. They were like hunting us, and I felt bad for harming it. I shouldn't have felt bad about it, but it wanted me to, and so I did. The thing writhed on the ground on its back for a few seconds, making a pitiable noise. It reached back with its arms and pushed itself upright on its hands and balls of its feet. Its joints popped wetly, and its muscles and bones adjusted to fit its new position. It crab-crawled away while shrieking the entire time as Ian pursued it with his walking stick, hoping to catch up to it to cave its head in. It wasn't until the thing disappeared from sight that I realized that the shrieking just wasn't coming from the monster, but from Jessica as well. It was trying to mimic her response. With Ian gone and Jessica's screams possibly drawing more of those things to us, I decided that I had to do something. I stepped forward and I wrapped her up in my arms. She was shaking like a leaf in the wind. I stroked her hair and whispered that it was over. She managed to choke out something about its face. All I could make out was that something was terribly wrong with its face. She calmed down as I told her that everything was going to be alright. I didn't believe that myself, but it was the only thing that I could think of that might bring her comfort. Ian returned fuming that the monster had escaped, and I awkwardly broke off the hug. Ian didn't say anything. He just started walking. We continued following him, hoping that he would find the way, but knowing that he probably wouldn't. 6 hours later, we settled down for the night. It felt like we'd been going in circles all day and made absolutely no progress. For all we knew, the thing could have been tinkering around with our memories and convincing us that familiar landmarks were new and leading us deeper into the woods. I didn't tell the others, but I think I knew what those things wanted with us. They wanted to lead us deeper into the woods. They were trying to force us to exhaustion, and we were too weak to defend ourselves. They would descend upon us and eat us. Oliver was right about that. If this thing is similar to us in any way, then those twitching spasms were likely some sort of prion disorder that came from eating humans. After eating some jerky, since we decided against having a fire and drawing more of them to us, we reached the conclusion that we'd have to sleep in shifts. I volunteered for first watch, because my insight into the monster's behavior had robbed me of any desire to sleep. The others went off without so much as another word. They were exhausted, and it wasn't until an hour into my watch that I realized that I was too. Even given the monster's grotesque appearance, everyone needed sleep. Jessica joined me about 2 hours into my watch. She admitted that she couldn't sleep after our encounter with the creature. I nodded in agreement. Both of us had seen something terrible that others hadn't. We talked for a good 30 minutes about what we thought was going on and how everyone was handling it. She was worried about Ian. She confessed that he was acting erratic and that was scaring her. I wrapped my arms around her for a moment and told her that we were all scared. She looked into my eyes and told me that she was glad I was here, and I felt something twist deep down inside me that I had buried a long time ago when I first met her. The longer she stayed with me on watch, the more personal our conversation became. She confessed that she and Ian had been fighting a lot recently, and she was wondering if they were going to work it all out. At the start of their relationship, they were great together. He made her feel wonderful, but there was something that didn't feel right, like there was something missing. I listened to her talk about everything that was going on in her life, and I knew I had to do something. I knew that if I didn't do it now, I would regret it. I had to tell her about the door. She listened quietly as I told her everything. It was the event that precipitated my breakdown at work and my social anxiety disorder diagnosis at the therapist's office. Everything started off simply enough one Friday at work.
I was in the lunchroom eating my sandwich and reading a book. As per usual, while my coworkers talked about their plans for the weekend, one of them was having a housewarming party and they were inviting everyone at work. I figured that the invitation was only extended to the people he was talking to, until he asked me if I was able to make it on Saturday. As it was the first time I had been invited to hang out after work, I chose to go. I spent all of Saturday getting ready, planning what were interesting topics to bring up in case there was a lull in conversation, and the bottle of wine I was planning to give as a housewarming gift. After psyching myself up, I left to go to the party with the bottle in hand and my spirits high. I convinced myself that I was going to be the life of the party, and that maybe if I played my cards right, I could finally find a friend at work that would make the time fly by instead of dragging on. It wasn't until I reached the house that the false bravado began to crumble apart. I stopped in front of the neighbor's house, as everywhere else already had a car parked there. It was then that I felt my heart beating like I had just run a mile. I began heading up the driveway with the wine bottle slick in my hands, from my palms sweating. It wasn't until I reached the front door that I realized that something was terribly wrong. All that excitement that had been building up since Friday afternoon was now replaced with something else: apprehension. All those topics I had thought up seemed boring, and all those reassurances I had given myself seemed hollow. I didn't feel prepared for this at all. At this point, a small part of me whispered something that had stuck with me to this very day. That voice intimated that they never really wanted me to come out. They had only given me that invitation as a courtesy, and didn't actually expect me to come out to their house. It said that if I knocked on that door, that I would be making a fool out of myself. It told me that I wasn't even comfortable in my own skin, so how could I even dare to imagine that they would enjoy my company? They wanted to celebrate with their friends. They didn't want to listen to me fumble for something to talk about. All those fears flashed in front of me, taunting me, demanding that I knock on that door and make myself look like an idiot. The part of me told me that I was better off alone, and I listened. I turned around without even knocking on the door, and I left. No one had come in, and the music was playing loudly, so I doubt that they would have even heard me anyways. I shouldn't have even been there in the first place. Maybe I saw them watching me from the window. Maybe I didn't. Maybe they were laughing at me as I drove away, flustered and embarrassed. Maybe they went back to the party and joked about the social retard who had seemingly freaked out and ran away from their own house while I went home and cried in the shower. Maybe. Jessica listened as I told her the story. She smiled sadly as I started to cry into her shoulder. All those feelings I had experienced outside of my coworker's house came rushing back. All that fear, foolishness, and fatalistic failure smashed into me like a wave on the shore. She whispered soothing words into my ear and waited for me to collect myself. Once I did, she pulled away and told me that it wasn't my fault. It was there, under the moonlight with her face inches away from mine, that I did the worst thing I'd ever done in my life. I kissed her. It was slow, hesitant, romantic. I looked into her eyes and I saw her beautiful face. She pulled me towards her as she leaned back. Lost in the moment, I held her against me, while telling her all the things I should have said when I first met her and realized that I loved her. I held her like that for a few moments, afraid that if I let her go, I'd lose this perfect moment. She was warm. She smelled like wildflowers. She smelled like happiness. For the first time in what felt like a lifetime, I felt comfortable and content. I don't know when I drifted off, but I do remember waking up. In the love-drunk excitement of the previous night, I didn't think once about Ian or the consequences of my decision. I only thought about Jessica, and I forgot that she was his girlfriend. What I did last night was a beautiful mistake. I convinced her to cheat on him with me. I needed to tell him before the truth came out. I needed him to understand how I felt. I got up from the ground and stretched. Jessica was gone. I assumed she'd gone back to her sleeping role in the middle of the night. I walked over to Ian, who was just waking up. He rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and asked me if I stayed up all night. The words bled out of me, and once they started, I couldn't stop. I don't know what happened, man. We were just talking one moment and then the next. Ah, jeez. I didn't mean for it to happen. You know I love you, man. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. It just happened, and now I can't take it back. Jessica's cry of surprise cut me off before I could go any further. Both me and Ian turned to the sound of her distress, and we knew instantly what had happened. The backpacks with our compass, food, and water had been stolen. It knew. Don't you see it? It knew that we could identify it without a backpack, and it couldn't shape its skin to take the appearance of one, so it stole them away from us. Now the next time it worms its way into our group, we wouldn't be any wiser. Jessica and I never talked that night. Jessica had never left my brother's side that night. They had zipped their sleeping rolls together. She didn't open up to me about any of her worries, and I never actually kissed her. I poured my heart out to that thing wearing Jessica's skin while it was in my arms. I confessed my truest feelings to an entity masquerading as a person. I felt sick. The others woke up quickly after hearing Jessica screaming. We quickly searched around the area, hoping to find some scraps of food or some indication of where stuff may have been taken to. We found nothing. It was long gone. We had no food, no water, and no hope. We had no way of telling which one of those things was hijacking our heads and pretending to be part of our group so it could distract us. With our compass gone, we had no means of following a set direction and hoping to pick the trail back up. In short, we were screwed with a capital S. Oliver demanded to know what I was doing last night. He wanted to know how I could be so careless as to fall asleep when I should have been watching over them and our gear. I lied, and I told him that someone had come around the middle of the night to relieve me of my shift. I didn't mention that it was one of those things impersonating Jessica. I couldn't bear to look at either my brother or his girlfriend in the eyes at that point. Oliver started to yell, but stopped when he saw I was on the verge of tears. I don't know if it was mercy or disgust that caused him to stop. It doesn't matter either way. We gathered up the only thing that they hadn't taken that night, our sleeping rolls, and continued walking. The hike without water or the prospect of food was unbearable. We were already exhausted, and the realization that we were soon going to be starving and dehydration only served to sap out more of our energy. Within a few hours, my mouth felt gummy and dry. While we were still under the canopy of leaves, the temperature was still in the high 80s and low 90s. It didn't take long for dehydration to set in. I kept licking my lips in an attempt to keep them moist, but I could feel them beginning to crack as my saliva began to dry up as well. As we walked, Oliver picked up his pace and caught up with me. I looked over at him and knew, without him saying anything, that one of those things had joined our group. He whispered, "Don't look directly at it. Just keep it in the corner of your eye. I think that's how it messes with your mind." It would explain why you'd remember that one guy that night, but the rest of us can't. You saw him, but the rest of us didn't. Don't get close. Just keep it in the corner of your eyes. It's been trailing us for half an hour now. I think it just wants to watch us and follow us. I pretended to be cracking my neck and looked at the tag-along in my peripheral vision. It trailed behind us about a dozen feet. It's in its resting state. Its facial features appeared staticky. I couldn't make out eyes and nose, but it was constantly shifting and rippling like bubbling plastic. At this point, we were too tired to even bother chasing it off. We just kept walking and hoped that it wouldn't try to join our group. It seemed content to keep its distance and keep us in its line of sight. It followed us for another 2 miles before it broke off towards the trees with a shambling, awkward gait. We were too tired to even try and set up a shift system. We just huddled together in an attempt to convince ourselves that we were safer when we were closer together. But every time one of us got comfortable enough to drift off, those things would start making noises. The noises started off as high-pitched yips, whose sound seemed to travel for miles. As the night drew on, they grew more aggressive. I remember one time as I was drifting off, hearing the grating rasp of my name, Evan. The things weren't just following us, they were learning. They were perfecting their mimicry. The thought disturbed me more than the idea of them out there, watching us in the darkness. How long would it take for them to become more human than human? What would they do once they were capable of walking amongst people again? I drifted off to sleep with that thought beating around in my head like a man trapped inside a wall. We got up on Tuesday morning and left without a word. At this point, there was nothing left to say. Some of us had been awake all night without any food or water. The constant stress had completely worn us down. We continued hiking in the same direction we'd been going, in the false hope that we'd come across someone. In the end, our hike looked more like a death march. My feet were covered in blisters that had ruptured and plastered the soles of my feet to my socks. Every step felt like I was tearing open the wounds a bit more. In an attempt to take my mind off the discomfort, I focused on my brother who was walking in front of me. He wasn't as much walking as he was limping forward. He stopped using his walking stick and was dragging it behind him like it was a broken limb. I watched as he stepped over a rock with the walking stick slipping out of his hands. He kept dragging himself forward as if nothing had happened. He didn't even register it falling out of his hands. It was at that point that I knew something was wrong. I knew that my brother wasn't my brother anymore. I quietly picked up his stick as I passed it. Amy went to call out to him and asked if he was alright, but I shushed her. I was so sure that one of those things had replaced him and was now leading us deeper into the woods. I realized that I'd only have one chance at this. The instant it knew that we knew, it would try to run away. All that it would take was one good swing to the back of its head, and we'd be able to take out one of those things. The stick had a bit of weight to it, about 5 or 6 pounds, enough to crack open a skull if it was swung hard enough. I began walking faster while trying to avoid the underbrush that might give away my approach. The thing was wearing my brother's skin continued limping forward as I drew closer. I waited until I was within swinging distance before raising the stick above my head. My heart was beating in my chest and my palms were so sweaty that it felt like the stick would slide right out of my hands. It kept moving on forwards, completely unaware of what I was about to do to it. I whispered, "I'm sorry," just before I swung the walking stick down with all my strength. Ian turned to face me as he mumbled groggily, "Sorry for what?" My muscles locked and I stopped mid-swing and the stick stopped inches away from his face. He blinked in surprise before muttering, "Evan, what's wrong?" His voice sounded distant and empty, like he was in between a waking and sleep state. It was then that I knew the extent of his condition. He was pale and looked like the slightest breeze would blow him over. It wasn't one of those things. He was delirious from dehydration, sleep deprivation, and starvation. The walking stick fell out of my hands and bounced on the ground next to us. I dragged my tongue across my lips. It felt like I was licking sandpaper. I whimpered, "Geez, Ian, I thought you were one of those things. Oh, jeez. I'm so sorry." He didn't react to my apology. He just turned around and continued walking in the direction that we were going in. Amy just watched everything unfold numbly before she started following him. Oliver shook his head sadly, but he didn't look any better. His eyes were glazed and his lips were cracking and red from rubbing them. I watched my brother shambling forward, and it reminded me of one of those old voodoo movies where someone is put into a trance and forced to work until they die from exhaustion. His mouth hung open, and he moved like he was being dragged along on puppet strings. I picked up the walking stick and began to follow them. I wondered how much longer he had left in him, and what any of us could do if he just fell over and stopped walking. I wondered how much longer any of us had. I don't know how long we walked. Everything melted together in a muddled malaise at that time. I remember losing my footing and tripping a few times, but I barely felt it. The third time, I didn't even realize I was laying on the ground until Jessica stepped on me as she was passing by. There was no apology. She was too far gone to recognize that she had stepped on me. I dragged myself to my feet and felt light-headed, but continued putting one foot in front of the other. The fifth time I fell, I wondered if it would have been better for me just to lay down and wait to die. An excited yap behind me from one of those things drove me to my feet. It wasn't until we bumped into the sign for Little Bear Canyon that I realized how close we were to salvation. The post for Little Bear Canyon also had a branching sign that pointed in the direction of TJ Coral, which was only a few miles from where we started at the Gila Cliff dwellings, if we walked along Route 15. Ian was heading in the right direction, and we were almost home free. In my excitement, I began calling to the others to let them know that the end was near. I looked around me and shouted, "Jessica, Ian, Oliver, Heather, Amy, I know where we need to..." The words died on my lips as I counted the names, and I realized it wasn't over yet. The others kept moving as they hadn't heard me talking. The imposter shuffled alongside of us for once. It was easy to identify them. I don't know whether or not they had let down their guard after seeing our condition, but this one was obvious. She moved slowly, but her movements didn't convey her exhaustion. Everyone else was sweating and looking like the walking dead, but she was fine. I waited for her to get close enough to follow the trail the others were going down before I raised Ian's stick and growled, "Turn around right now. I can see you." She turned around slowly and I felt my heart skip a beat. She looked almost exactly like Jessica, except for a brown tinge in her hair. She could have been her twin. I knew what it was planning before it even opened its mouth and asked, "What are you doing, Evan?" "Don't call me that," I winced. "What are you rambling about? Please move out of the way. We're almost safe from those things." "I know what you are." Heather turned white at the realization. She began speaking quickly. "I'm not one of those things. Please, Evan, you have to remember, there were 6 of us. Those things want us to think there were only 5, so they can take one of us without the others caring." Those things don't want all of us. They only want the weakest one. Please, let's go before they catch. Shut up, I snapped. I raised the walking stick in my hand and I brandished it at her. Think about it, Evan. Do I move like those things? Do I speak like them? That should be enough to prove that I'm human. No, Ian's my brother, Jessica's girlfriend. I'm your girlfriend. I sat on your lap on the car ride. Please, don't kill me. Evan, I love you. Don't you remember? Evan, I love you. I lowered the stick that was in my hand as memories bombarded me. I had met her that one night when my brother forced me to go out to the club with him. Heather had been sitting at the bar all night drinking. It wasn't until she tried to stand up and fell into my arms that we actually talked. I remembered lazy Sundays in bed watching cheesy sci-fi movies. I remembered holding her close to me after making love and hearing her whisper sweet things into my ear. I remember our life together. I rasped, Heather, I'm so sorry, I don't know. She cooed, Evan, it's not your fault. She went to touch me and I sprang back like I'd been bitten by a snake. The instant I heard those words, I knocked. The stick caught her unaware to the side of her face. I felt her jaw give under way the sudden force of my attack. She bleared through broken teeth, I love. The second strike dented her temple as the temporal bone shattered. She kept trying to talk, but it was too late and too much damage had been done. The door was shut to me now. I kept swinging the walking stick down on her head until it splintered and snapped. I looked up from her twitching body and saw my brother watching me in horror. Heather, oh my goodness. I spoke through gritted teeth and regarded him with red-rimmed eyes. Come on, we have to go. He went to keep talking, but I walked past him. I didn't have to explain it to him. He eventually ran ahead, invigorated with the prospect of finding rescue on the road. I looked behind me one last time. The last thing I saw was one of those things dragging away Heather's corpse. It looked emaciated and half mad with starvation. At that very moment, I wasn't afraid of the thing. I just felt pity. Whether or not it forced that emotion on me, I'll never know. I turned away and caught up with the others on Route 15. We were on the road for 15 minutes before we managed to flag down a car and an ambulance was called for us. The doctor said that our exposure to the elements, combined with the starvation, dehydration, triggered the auditory and visual hallucinations we had experienced. It's the typical response you'd be given after hearing the half-dead ramblings about creatures warping their flesh and our memories to drive us to the brink of death so they could prey on us when we were at our weakest. We spent a week there while receiving treatments, recounting our horrific experiences, and then subsequent psyche evaluations before we were released. I tried to talk to the others about it. Ian and Jessica refused to talk to me about it. I don't really know Oliver or Amy, so that's off the table too. They just want to forget. I can't forget. Here's the thing. I still remember Nadia asking me to help her find her lighter. I recall staying up late and talking with her by the campfire while she smoked like a chimney. I can recite Jerry's terrible puns that he'd make about almost everything, and Lucas's determination at hiking this trail while slowly succumbing to the effects of his multiple sclerosis. I can recall whispering sweet nothings to Jessica under the glow of the full moon. I can still envision that moment clear as day, even months later. I know that conversation we had, word for word. I can remember the feeling of her skin against mine, and the smell of her hair as I pressed myself against it when I reached that one true moment of connectivity. I remember Heather pleading and begging me not to kill her. Despite writing this months later, I can see all those things clearly, sometimes late at night. I can even remember driving up to the Gila National Park with Heather sitting on my lap, playfully grinding against me and telling me how much fun our hike was going to be. Sometimes I think about that memory more than I should. Since I can't talk to my brother or Jessica about this, I had to find some other outlet. I guess I'm writing all this out for that one reason, catharsis. In the end, I keep wondering if what I did was right. Did I make the right choice? I want you to read this and tell me that I had no other option, that the risk of one of them escaping into the city forced my hand. I know that's not the case. I could have always walked away or tried to scare her off, but I didn't. What kind of person can look into someone's eyes, remember all the things that they did and their life they had, and do what I did? Who can have all those memories and end everything so callously? It doesn't matter if none of it was real, because in that moment, it was to me. Who can look at someone and feel such love for them before you kill them? The answer to that question is simple, now that I ask myself aloud. I just don't like the answer. I'm not sure what to call it. Some people refer to it as the Wendigo, a creature from the mythology of the Native Americans that lived in the region of the northeastern United States and southeastern Canada. It's born from pure cannibalism, and its hunger is never satisfied. At least that's what the stories say. I've had a peculiar event happen to me back in 2007 that has really scarred me to this day. Even now, I try my best to stay away from camping in the woods altogether. In March of 2007, my grandfather passed away, who I was somewhat close with. Seeing that me and my 3 siblings were the only grandchildren, we inherited a bunch of property in the family cabin that we visited when we were younger. My siblings and I had fond memories of the cabin and playing on the lake nearby during the summer times, and also visiting during Christmas break and opening presents with the family. We did stop going to the cabin in my teenage years for some reason. My parents said it was due to my grandpa having a stroke and not being able to drive as well on the off-road trails needed to get to the cabin, but he never did seem to have issues driving around town. Nonetheless, my siblings missed the cabin, and seeing that we now owned it, we decided to restart the tradition of going back to the cabin. We took a quick trip one weekend up to the cabin, which took us longer than it should have, due to getting lost and the dirt roads being overgrown with brush. Once we finally saw the cabin, we realized we had a good bit of work ahead of us to make the place livable again. The front door seemed to be torn down, and the inside looked to be inhabited with rodents and all types of wildlife. We cut that trip early and went and stayed in the motel in town, since the cabin looked unsafe to stay in. My siblings and I constructed a plan to revitalize the once prized location of our childhood over the summer and get it working in time for Christmas break. This was doable since all of us were either in school or working full-time. One weekend, while I was the only one up at the cabin, I felt a strange sensation while clearing out the cabin. I remember stopping a few times and checking my surroundings. For some reason, I felt on edge the whole time, and I smelled a pungent odor coming from the woods. Granted, I attributed the smell to the trash from inside the cabin, but whenever I took a break and went outside, the smell seemed to be stronger. I figured I would need to buy some cleaning supplies to get rid of the stench, so I went in town to buy some bleach. I went into your typical mom and pop store and asked what was good for getting animal smells out of a cabin. This sparked a conversation with the store clerk, and he asked me if I was local. What a weird question, I thought. I didn't see how it related to my question, but I did tell him I was indeed from out of town. He then told me that there was an issue with something living in people's cabins while they were away during the off-season. I thought he was referring to the animals that were also staying in my cabin, but he assured me that there was something more evil in those woods. Evil? Wow. I get that locals harass tourists, but come on. You aren't going to spook me out of my family's cabin with silly ghost stories and monsters that go bump in the night. I was slightly offended by the clerk's remarks, and I told him that I'm not worried about the boogeyman coming to get me. He persisted and told me that you can tell it's nearby, due to the smell, and that it wouldn't hurt you if you closed your eyes. Okay, this is getting weird. If you looked at it, it would follow you. I stared unamused at the clerk and purchased my items without another word. I felt my intelligence being insulted by this hick local sharing his nonsense belief. What an idiot. I would come to regret those words and wish I would listen to them more. I left the store and went back to the cabin. To my surprise, the smell had left the cabin before I was able to administer any cleaning products. Maybe the smell was aired out while I was in town. Strange. The rest of my visit went off without a hitch. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, but I didn't stay overnight. A few weeks later, I get a call from my sister and she's crying. She tells me that while her and her husband were cleaning the cabin, they noticed something peering into the cabin windows. They didn't get a good look at it and only said that they could make out an outline of what looked like someone standing on 2 legs. I asked if it could have been a bear, but they said it looked like it was cupping its hands over its eyes to look into the cabin, something a bear wouldn't necessarily do. I got quiet and asked for my sanity's sake, was there a bad smell? She immediately responded with, yes. I didn't say what the local store clerk told me because I didn't want to scare her more. I told her just to finish up what she could and to head back into town. I'd pick up the rest when I'd visit next week. I don't blame her for leaving. I probably would have done the same. Our cabin is situated pretty deeply into the woods, and to see someone peering into your cabin was pretty unsettling. As promised, the next week I went up to the cabin, by myself. On the dirt road up to the cabin, I was able to smell that rancid smell that I smelled earlier, but it was only for a moment. I continued driving and I reached the cabin. The cabin looks surprisingly good, and we've come a long way. I went inside and started working on the cabin some more. In only a couple more visits, this cabin should be finished. I was already thinking of all the fun activities that me and my family would conduct here on this cabin. I considered getting a boat and storing it nearby so that we could use it over the summer. It was already too late in the year for us to go boating this year, so it would have to be something that we would do next year. As I was sitting in the cabin thinking about my boat, I heard the most terrifying sound that I could experience out in the woods. Someone had just opened the front door. The cabin had wood flooring and I was able to hear something stepping inside. The smell of rotting flesh hit me like a ton of bricks. It was the same smell I smelled driving up to the cabin. It must have followed me. I felt like an idiot not locking the cabin, but then again, we were out in the woods. I was up in the loft when I heard someone come inside. I was tempted to peek over and to see who came in, but something told me not to, so I just sat up there, waiting. Whoever was down below was taking their time walking around the cabin. It was as if they were inspecting our work. I started to hear weird breathing down below. It sounded odd. It sounded very similar to how a horse breathes, quite raspy. I don't know if it was because of curiosity or due to the breathing, but I felt the urge to peek over. Curiosity got the better of me, and I went against my gut feeling. I peered down into the cabin to see who was inside. To my complete and utter horror, what I saw wasn't human. The best way I can describe it, and bear with me on this, is a mummified deer. Its skin and flesh was weathered and worn. It was skinny and long. Its limbs bent at weird angles. It had flesh rotting off of its antlers. And thankfully, it was looking away when I peeked down, so it didn't see me. I had no idea what to do. I was stunned. I couldn't move. How was I getting out of this situation alive? Thankfully, whatever it was didn't stay for very long. Once it left, I stayed in the loft for an additional hour, just to make sure it left. By the time I was able to get down and go out to my car, it was dark out. The smell was pretty thick still, and I feared that it was still nearby. I ran out to my car and unlocked it and got in. I can't remember if I locked up the cabin or not, but that was the least of my concerns. I then tore off down the dirt road and into the night. I told my siblings about what had happened and that I'm not able to go back to the cabin. They made fun of me for it and didn't believe my story. To be fair, the story is quite far-fetched, and I wouldn't believe it either, unless it happened to me, which it did. I don't know about the thing I saw. Again, I don't know what to call it, but I've heard it been called a Wendigo. I'm not sure if it would have killed me if it saw me, but I'm pretty glad it didn't see me. Being out in the woods are still hard for me. Even though I don't smell that terrible smell, I still get a weird feeling being out in the woods. My mind tells me that that thing knows where I am, and it's trying to get me, even though I know it seems ridiculous. Ever since then, I just play it safe, and I just stay out of the woods. My sister and I took a ride on our horses a few days ago. I would say our horses are fairly spook-proof. They sit still when we shoot rifles and other things. However, a couple of days ago, they got spooked at a tall, dark, twisted figure standing in the corner of the field. The horses ran off faster than they've ever ran before, and straight back to the barn. My sister was in a separate stall opposite of me with her horse. We locked the stalls and bolted the doors shut from the inside. This was a feature I never thought we would need, deadbolts on the inside of a stall. I heard it chase us, whatever it was, and it had followed us closely through the field. I think we barely escaped. I didn't even notice my horse bleeding on her left hip until much later. I felt her kick while we were riding, but I didn't think anything got her. My horse was drenched with sweat, and I can see the white of her eyes. She was terrified. My father must have seen us because we started hearing gunshots to the right side of the barn towards the field. I called out to my sister to see if she was okay. She was okay, but her horse was hurt, just like mine. She asked me if I saw what it was that scared the horses. I told her I barely saw anything, but what I did see was that it was thin and dark, and it smelled rotten. Its left claw marks are deep on our horses' backsides. They have matching scars, but I don't think they'll let us take them back into the woods anymore. They haven't left their stalls for 2 days. My dad described it as a really mutilated and mangled dog. He thinks he got a hit on it because he saw it bleed, but we've yet to find a body. To this day, we still have no clue what that thing was, but it always comes back at the end of the month without fail and kills our livestock. That hasn't come close to us before, but it's starting to become a scary problem. Back when I was 16, I was driving home from a party late at night. At the time, I was driving an old family truck that was built like a tank. I wasn't super familiar with the roads back around the party area, but the road that I was on had cornfields on both sides for a few acres back, and then it turned into deep woods. I am heading home doing maybe 45 when all of a sudden, half of my truck pops up and down like I just hit a big speed bump. At the time, I had just gotten my license, so I pulled over to make sure I hadn't blown out a tire. I put the truck in park and look back for a second, and I see this huge mass just laying in the middle of the road. My first instinct is that I just killed someone's dog, and my heart stops. I've got my hands on the door handle, ready to see if the dog is okay, when the hair on my arm stands up. On instinct, I look in my rearview mirror to see that this thing is getting up. At first I was stoked, maybe surprised that this was bigger than I thought, but stoked that it was just alive. And then it really stood up, like on 2 legs. Mind you, this was all illuminated by my brake lights in the middle of nowhere, and I was pretty freaked out. But when it stood up, I could tell it was kind of hunched over, and even then, it was almost as tall as the 9 or 10 foot corn in the fields. It had a massive ribcage, emaciated, long face. Hollow-looking thing just stands up and looks dead at me before shuffling across the road and back into the fields. I drove home and cried a bit and went to sleep. I found a massive dent in my fender the next morning and knew I had actually hit something. Messed me up for a good while, and now I still don't like driving at night. When I was little, I used to go camping on this campground with one single road in and out. There was forest for miles and miles in every direction, except for the south, which was where the road was. If you drove about an hour south, you'd see farms and then a small town where I lived. The campground itself was a huge field with a lodge in the middle. The lodge was just 2 stories and old, but barely big enough to fit a small gift shop ran by a nice old lady, a mess hall, and a huge kitchen. A staircase led to a balcony that went all around and faced down into the mess hall. There were a bunch of beds there for us to stay the night. The campground also had an option where you could also just stay just for the day. In prior years, that's what I would do. This year, however, I begged my mom to let me stay. She was working a part-time job and taking care of me and my 2-year-old brother. My dad was on his second mission in Iraq, which made her even more stressed. Finally, once my mom heard that Emily's mom was giving in, she then allowed me to go. The next morning, Emily and I got on the bus that led us out to the campgrounds. We were really excited. That night, after all the kids who weren't staying left, we all went out with the 4 group leaders and we played some version of hide and seek out in the woods. We were each given maps of the area, flashlights, and glow sticks. I think that if we were tagged, we had to go back to the field and wait until a horn was sounded. The last team standing won. Afterwards, we were going to have a huge fire and roast s'mores. This sounded fun, and we decided to split off. We planned on hiding in one of the corners of the campground that was secluded. It was further out and would be much more harder to find, so we were fine with it. Halfway into the game, it started to get dark. Emily and I started to get scared at this point, so we stayed close to the center of the camp and sat at the picnic table. By the time it was dark enough that we had to turn our flashlights on, I could see that Emily was getting a bit nervous, which made me and the other camp people that we were with get silent. "Is a group coming?" Emily asked. We then looked out into the woods with our flashlights. We all sat pretty stiff for a good 10 minutes. That's when we started to hear a growling sound. It was low, and had we been talking, we wouldn't have heard it. I felt my heart beat a little faster. Is it a cougar? I asked. I was shushed by my camp leader. If it is, you guys need to start screaming and hold out your arms, okay? We both nodded, now thoroughly scared. We all jumped and squeaked when we saw movement. I remember dropping my flashlight. I quickly leaned down to pick it up, and that's when I heard Emily gasp. I quickly looked up and froze. It was huge. It looked like a bear, but it stood back on its legs like a weird-looking deer. Its face was vaguely human, and it looked like its mouth had been ripped open. Its face was covered in blood. It had a longish neck, thick shoulders, and looked deathly skinny. I could barely make out tiny horns poking out from its scraggly brown hair. Its hair was falling out in clumps. Its arms were way too long, and its knees bent. It looked kind of like it had paws, but I couldn't see that well because Emily kept the flashlight pointed at its face. There were two things about that thing that scared me. The first were its eyes. The eyes were a milky white color. And the second thing was what it was holding. The creature was holding the bag of one of the counselors. We stared at it for what felt like ages, and then I realized it wasn't growling, it was breathing. It sounded like it had a frog in its throat, but it physically couldn't cough. When it stepped forward, Emily screamed and the counselor pushed us under the picnic table. We both started screaming too, as she practically covered us with her body, throwing the flashlight at it first. The creature then chased us and tried to claw at the concrete table. This is all really hard for me to think about, because it was just all so terrifying. Most kids are scared of something under their bed, but having something throw itself at you like this is a whole different nightmare. It was making a broken, cracked wailing or howling sound every few minutes before grunting and growling and heavily breathing as it tried to squeeze its claws and head under the table. We were screaming the entire time, and that's when it stopped. We all went deathly quiet, and I peeked out past Emily's arm and saw it raised its head before looking around and marching around the table. That thing could tell that there were other people nearby. It would look at the table every once in a while, and by now we were all just crying and covering our mouths, trying to stay quiet. I could still see its eyes. Just thinking about it makes me pause and shudder. Suddenly it bounced towards the table and over it, almost like a dog, but when it landed again on the other side, it took off on two legs. We waited there for about an hour in the pitch blackness under the picnic table, until another camp counselor found us. We were all shaking and crying, trying to explain even though our camp counselor was 13 years old. She was terrified. We were all rushed back to the lodge, and we didn't do a fire pit that night. I didn't see the camp counselor that we were with ever again, but I had heard from other people that her back was all scratched up by that creature. We went home the next day, and apparently everything had been explained to our parents. I remember that before I got on the bus, a real park ranger-looking guy pulled me and Emily aside to ask about a bear. We tried to explain to him that it was definitely not a bear, but he didn't seem to believe us. He then asked about a missing camp counselor and if we knew anything about him. We told the ranger that we saw him last night and that the bear was holding his bag. We then got on the bus and went home. To this day, I'm very thankful for my camp counselor. If it wasn't for her and her quick thinking, I don't know what that thing would have done to us. I haven't heard anything else about the other camp counselor that went missing. I don't know if he's alive or not, but I haven't been back to that camp since. And I don't miss it. For a few months now, something weird has been hanging around my house outside. The first time it was apparent was one night when I was in the basement. Outside the window is a porch where there is a light switch for the lights by the door. I went upstairs for a bit and I realized later that I left the lights on, so I went downstairs to turn them off. When I came down, the porch lights were on. Now my father has tried endlessly to hook them up to a timer, with no success. I assumed that he'd finally figured it out, and I paid the lights no mind. What I didn't know was that my father gave up on the lights and just put your average light switch on the outside of my house. Not knowing this, I assumed the timer didn't work, so I go out to shut them off, and I discover that the lights are on a switch. This freaks me out a bit, because it means that someone was outside and they turned the lights on, and it was quite likely that they could have been watching me. A few weeks later, I'm sitting downstairs on the couch. I am home alone, and it's the dead of night. I am with my dog, and she suddenly perks up and looks out the window. Out of habit, I look out with her, and I see something hunched over and white drop over my fence and run past the windows. Thanks to the dirty windows and the glare of the lights, I couldn't even hope to make out what I saw or how big it was, but I just yelled and I panicked and called my buddies. They were skeptical and told me that it was probably a raccoon or something. I end up agreeing. It's been a couple months since that incident, and I'd mostly forgotten about it. Occasionally, I'll hear something weird on the front porch or footsteps, or the porch lights will turn on mysteriously, but these are all small things. Tonight, I was with my sister and FaceTiming with a friend in the basement when we hear a screeching sound. I run to the window in the next room, where I believed to see whatever it was outside, but instead, I see something awful. Standing outside is a tall, white humanoid figure with its back turned to the window. At first, I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me. I tell my sister and we both look back out the window, but the creature is nowhere to be seen. I went upstairs later that night and got everything ready for the night and logged up. When I went back up, I froze. I could see my cat, who seemed agitated, on the garage roof looking at something on my porch. That something was the same white figure with its back turned again, except for this time it was squatting and looking at my cat. It didn't seem confrontational in itself, but the thing was terrifying. Its body looked twisted, and it sounded like bones were cracking as it moved back into the woods. I never did see a face, but I'm really glad that I didn't see it. I don't know what to do about this problem, but whatever that thing is, but it seems to be getting braver. There's not much detail I'm able to share about my story, but I need to warn you about what's out there. A few years ago, I was working as a private detective in Oregon. I was approached one afternoon by a nice lady who appeared to be wealthy. She wanted to hire me for my services and to follow her husband around. She assumed that her husband was having an affair, and she wanted to know for certain. I asked her, "What signs do you see in your husband that might lead to him having an affair?" She then opened up with much detail about how her husband's schedule has changed drastically. I then tried to comfort her and told her that this is quite common in most of my cases, and that this isn't necessarily definitive of him cheating. This didn't seem to comfort her much. I then told her my rates for the case and she accepted. She provided much of the information I needed to start, like where he worked and what his schedule was. I was able to find out that her husband was one of the higher-ups in a nearby company, which was quite successful. Interesting, I thought. I was able to provide some light surveillance on him, since he was in his office all day. He was quite the busy bee. He seemed to be working about 14 hours a day at his job, and when he wasn't working, he was at home. After a couple of weeks of the surveillance, I was starting to think that he was just simply working a lot, rather than him being unfaithful. However, I was quite surprised to see that his schedule changed one Tuesday. Instead of working all day and into the night, he left work around 2 in the afternoon and drove a couple of hours into the next state over, in Idaho. I did my best to follow him without raising suspicion, but that became difficult when he pulled onto a lone dirt road that seemed to overlook a farm. I had to keep my distance, but I could tell that the man never left his car. No one came out to the car or anything. He just sat there, overlooking the farm. He sat there for a few hours with the car off, telling me that he didn't want to be spotted. Something was off about this, but had a weird vibe to it. After a few hours of just sitting there, he then turned the car on and left. He then drove straight home, at the same time he normally would have, had he been working. This was quite startling behavior. Why was he watching this farm out in the middle of nowhere? My surveillance continued. A couple of days later, the same thing happened. He left work early again and drove out to the farm in Idaho. But this time, instead of waiting out in his car,
he got out and had a pair of binoculars with him. It appeared that he tried his best to stay concealed. Why was he watching this farm? My theories ranged from a number of things. Maybe he was looking to buy the property, or he was just simply looking at the livestock. But something told me, deep down, that this was more sinister. It was like watching a predator watch its prey on the Animal Channel. You want to help, but you can't interfere. My ultimate theory, and what I thought was happening, was that he was stalking this farmer and he was looking to kill them. But that was just a theory. I couldn't blow my cover based on a theory. Night eventually came, but instead of getting in his car and driving home, he only drove a few miles down the road and parked his car. At this point, unfortunately, I couldn't just follow him. It would be too obvious and he'd easily see me. I anticipated that he was going back to the farm to do who knows what. I circled back and parked in my old spot that was overlooking the farm. I got out of my car and I made my way towards the farm. Thankfully, I was carrying my pistol, which was concealed in my waistband. I was prepared to intervene. I wasn't going to let this guy hurt these farmers and just sit back and watch. I was a few hundred yards away from the farm when I started to hear commotion. The cattle near the farm was going crazy. Spotlights on the farm then lit up the area. While the cattle were scattering, I was able to see something large attacking a cow. It was a good distance away, but I knew that it was big. A farmer finally exited the house carrying a rifle. The farmer was able to make sense of what was happening, and he started shooting at the creature. The creature seemed not to be damaged by the bullets, but still fled with a good chunk of the cow still in its mouth. Being completely terrified of what was happening before me, I decided to turn around and run back to my car. Thankfully, I don't think I was seen by either the farmer or that creature. The man that I was paid to follow was the furthest thing from my mind. My adrenaline was pumping, and I didn't even think to check up on him. I just drove back home. It wasn't until much later that I finally pieced two and two together. The visits out to the farm, the stalking, the late nights, it all made sense. I contacted the man's wife, and I told her that he wasn't cheating. I just told her that he had a busy life. I wasn't sure what to make of the incident, and I didn't think of telling her, or at least how to. She thanked me, paid me, and left. I think of that case quite often, especially how bizarre it was. A part of me wants to think that the two incidences are separate, but deep down, I know that they aren't. I don't know what's more terrifying, that people have the ability to shapeshift into creatures, or that there's possibly more than one. A few years ago, a couple of friends and I went out Halloween riding on some old dirt roads. There's a very large mountain range near us, as well as a small town there, maybe 300 people or so. No stores, just a stop sign. We decided to go up to the old fire spotting tower in the middle of the night, because we were young and dumb. We made our way up. It's about a 40-minute drive and a rough hike to get to the top. There was a serious uneasiness in the air, like before a storm. On our way up, we felt like we were being watched. This place was known to have devil worshipping going on, and there was still plenty of evidence. One of the guys in the group did have a pistol with him, so we did feel somewhat safe. As we were walking up, we spotted a small dog, no specific breed, just your typical mutt. We made our way up a little further and we rolled down the windows, and we could faintly hear a slight drumming, almost like a heartbeat. It was very strange. We got to the top and we got out to walk the remaining couple hundred yards to get to the top, and we eventually made it. We did notice that the drumming, or whatever it was much clearer. We were up there for about an hour, and it started to get very chilly, so we decided to head back down the way we came. We got back to the car and it was really quiet. I mean, really quiet. No noise, no nothing. Silence. We started driving back down. To drive down, you have to go slow, or you drive off the side of the mountain. The driver pointed off to the side, and we saw what looked like torches or flashlights. They were a good 500 yards more into the brush. We were on the only road. As we were driving slowly down the mountain, we saw that dog again, except this time, The dog had the face of an old woman. We all saw it and started to scream, but we weren't able to accelerate in the car. She just watched us as we continued to drive by slowly, and she let out this terrible cackle. We continued down the mountain screaming, and thankfully, the old dog woman didn't follow us. I'm not sure what to describe it, but that's what we saw. Ever since that event, we have yet to ever go back. I'm not exactly sure if the torches in the woods or that woman-dog thing were related, but we weren't going to stick around to find out.
It was 2012 and I was camping with my 4 friends. This was the 3rd time I'd ever gone camping, and we were staying at a pay-to-stay campground along the Washington coast, which was heavily forested. We were staying in a tiny cabin by a lake, so I wasn't out in the wild. Back then, I used to get panic attacks for no reason, but I also happened to love nature. Whenever I'd go camping, I would seem to get panic attacks for no reason. That night, I had one. It was pretty severe to the point where I feel like I couldn't breathe if I stayed in the cabin, so I decided to go outside. It was dark at the time, but I did figure if I went on a little hike, my panic attack would go away. I took a short hike out into the woods, and thankfully, I had a small flashlight with me. As I was hiking, I noticed that the nearby nature was silent. There were no birds or insects, just silence. I didn't think much of it and I kept hiking. About 5 minutes later, I heard a sound that stopped me in my tracks. It sounded like a wolf giving off a large howl, but slightly different. The howl seemed deeper and larger than it should have been, as if it was infused with the sound of a bull. Obviously, this didn't help my panic attack, and I decided to make my way back to the cabin as quietly as I could. I didn't get too far before I heard the howl again, except this time it was much closer. My instincts told me to run, but my mind told me to hide. I was torn. I finally decided just to hide and see what would happen. No more than 2 minutes later, I saw what appeared to be a large mass walking upright through the trees. My first thought was maybe this was a person that was also taking a night hike, but that was quickly proven false when the upright mass let out a large howl. It definitely wasn't human. My adrenaline seemed to be calming my panic attack, but I was still terrified. I knew I had to get back to the cabin, but I couldn't let whatever this thing was know I was here. So I just waited in the dark of night out in that forest, waiting for this thing to pass me. The thing continued to walk upright, but unfortunately, it seemed to also be heading back to my cabin. After that creature left my sight, I waited another 10 minutes just to be safe, and then I started hiking back into the darkness. I did have my flashlight, but I didn't want to risk exposing myself to that creature, which made my hike all the more difficult. I was approaching our tree line, and I could see the creature near our cabin. That's when the idea dawned on me that I had my car keys, and the car was parked near the cabin. I then decided to hit the car alarm in order to scare the creature. Thankfully this worked, and the creature ran off into the night. But the plan somewhat backfired, because all of my friends left the cabin to see what was going on. I then came sprinting from the tree line, screaming to them to get back inside. They seemed confused, but they listened to me. I was out of breath when I told them my story. They didn't seem to believe me, and wanted to go back outside to check for themselves. But I suppose I was so hysterical that my performance convinced them that what I saw was real. We ended up cutting our camping trip short. I just kept having panic attacks, and I couldn't stop thinking about that creature I saw. That was the last time I'd ever gone camping, and probably will never go again. There's just so much I don't know that lives out in the woods. I'm a farmer here in Idaho, and I raise cattle. I live out in the middle of nowhere, which is nice, since no one really bothers me. But I have had a couple of issues in the past about my cattle going missing. Upon a further investigation, my fence actually had a sizable hole that a small calf would be able to squeeze through if it wanted to. After I fixed the hole in the fence, the cattle seemed to be fine. There, problem solved. It wasn't until a few months later I was riding my four-wheeler on the property when I saw a gathering of crows. Typically this means there's a dead animal, so I went and investigated. Unfortunately, it was another one of my calves, and it looked eviscerated. Strange, I thought. I went and checked my fence again, and there weren't any holes. I had just fixed it a couple months ago, so it was quite strange to see a small calf outside of the fence. My theories ranged from a couple of things. If it were coyotes, it wouldn't be able to carry the calf outside of the fence. Unless I left the gate open, the only way the calf would have been able to get out is if something carried it. A couple of weeks passed, and one night, I was driving my truck from town into my farm. My headlights were able to catch something a few hundred yards away from my cattle. The way that the eyes were situated, it looked big. I quickly parked my truck in the barn, and I hop on my four-wheeler, which luckily is armed with a shotgun. I drive over to where I thought I saw the eyes, and to my utter dismay, I see something terrifying. The headlights on the four-wheeler catch something large and hairy. The first thing that I noticed, other than its size, was its fur color. Typically when you think of a werewolf or a dogman, you think of a gray or a black creature. But this thing's fur was orange, almost kind of like a fox. The creature was trying to carry off a large cow over the fence, but the cow's leg was stuck on the fence. The creature's claws were digging into the cow, causing the cow to flail chaotically. The other cows were running around and mooing like crazy. So much was going on, I didn't even think to grab the shotgun that was on my four-wheeler. Between the lights and the sound of my four-wheeler, the creature seemed startled enough to drop the cow and to run off into the night, thankfully not turning around and charging after me. Instead of turning around and going back inside for safety, I stupidly went and checked on my cow. The cow was alive, but not for long. That creature caused enough damage to actually fatally wound the cow, which I eventually had to put down. The next day on the farm, I decided to up my defenses to protect my cattle. I made my fence bigger, added more lights, and had one of my trapper buddies come down and add a few traps to my property. The defenses seemed to work, although I never did catch anything in those traps. A couple of days later, I noticed something interesting on my property. As I was driving around on my four-wheeler, I noticed that there was a car parked on a hill that was overlooking my property. I did think it was odd, but I did live not too far from a major highway. People would often drive down my area to see if I was the gas station, but usually people turn around seeing that I'm only a farm. But this guy didn't. He seemed to be watching. Before I was able to get up to the car, he left before I was able to identify the car. A couple of weeks passed and still my cattle were intact, but I did notice every couple of days that that car would appear on that hill. It typically wouldn't stay for long, but I would just sit there and watch. The next night I was awakened by my wife. Something was disturbing our cattle. Thankfully I had set up lights in advance to see what was out there. I turned the lights on, illuminating the whole cattle pen, and I saw what appeared to be that creature again. I quickly got dressed and grabbed my shotgun, and I went outside. This time, instead of freezing when I saw the creature, I was able to take aim and shoot a couple shots at it. The creature was surprisingly smart. Instead of trying to carry off the whole cow, the creature tore off a good part of the cow and then jumped over the fence. That fence was at least 6 feet tall. The kind of power and strength the creature would require to be able to clear that, as well as carrying a good chunk of a cow, was impossible. Once over the fence, I didn't stand a chance of catching that creature. This past event showed me that I had no idea what I was going against. I decided to swallow my pride and to report what was happening to the police station. I just hope that they can get involved and stop whatever this thing is before it's too late. Last November, it was around midnight, and I was hanging out on the back patio. At that time, no one in our area had fences because we all knew each other. The only exception was the family across the street from us. They had a 7-foot-tall cinder block wall behind their house. The wall was there essentially because they had a lot of equipment out there, and they didn't want anyone to steal it. I think the father was in construction. As I sat there, you could hear the dogs in the neighborhood begin to bark. Then everything got quiet. A lone howl started, so I howled back as a joke. I howl back and forth for about 5 minutes with this dog. Each time I howl, the howl on the other end seems to get closer. I start to get spooked and I stop howling. Our yard had bushes and a tree on one side where the sound came from. The hair on my arms and neck started to stand up, so I felt like I should go in. As I stood up, I heard movement by the bushes. I glanced over and I saw something move. I didn't wait to see what it was, and I booked it in the house. I stand by the window and I look outside. I watch as something very large and dark move about the bushes. It moved away so I could no longer see it from my vantage point. I went to the front porch to look out the windows, hoping to get a better look, but it never came. I went to calm down and I laid in my bed. Less than an hour later, my brother comes home and he comes into my room, white as a sheet. He's shaking all over. His eyes are the size of saucers. I ask him what's up. Now my brother is the sort of guy that has an explanation for anything. For him to be like this is unusual. He said that I need you to come with me right now. I'll explain when we get in the truck. He told me that there was something in the road by the tracks that he needed to show me first. I was not happy about this, as I just had my own experience with something this way. As we get there, it looks as if something exploded all over the road. There was blood everywhere, as if something was mowed down in that spot, but there were no body parts. My brother related to me what he had seen coming down that road. He told me, I was coming home and as I was getting closer to the tracks, there was this huge thing lying in the road. I thought it must have been a Mastiff or a Great Dane, but as I pulled up, it didn't look like a dog I'd ever seen. It was hairy. Its head and nose were twice the size of a normal dog. The body wasn't a dog, just dog-like, but much, much bigger. I then told him what I had experienced just before he got home. A couple of days later, my sister comes in to tell me that she'd just seen a large dog prowling around. We decided to go to the back porch to see if it's still there, and it was. This thing was about the size of a small pony. We turn on the porch lights and the creature takes off into the woods. Thankfully enough, this was the last time that I'd ever see that creature again. In the early spring of 2011, I was hiking in a nature center late at night, as I sometimes do. I reported witnessing a conical egg-like craft landing there near the nature center pond several years ago. On this occasion, as I was returning home on the last leg of my walk through the woods, at approximately 3 a.m., I was walking past a house on the outskirts of the woods. All of a sudden, a deer runs frantically across the street in front of me, maybe 20 feet ahead, and skids and falls in front of me, as it'd been spooked badly by something. I do not think that it was me that spooked the deer, because if it had noticed me, it would not have literally run across my path. I continued walking towards my home, and took a path along the border of a farm that belongs to the last house next to the woods. The path is next to the woods, bordered by some open terrain and fields on the other side. While I was walking, my eyes were at a soft focus, not paying attention to anything in particular. Then, all of a sudden, my body instinctively stopped, and my eyes focused on the entity, approximately 25 yards ahead, slightly crouched, in a very aggressive posture, staring right at me. When I first saw the entity, I already knew that it was an extraterrestrial alien of some kind, without letting that thought occupy my mind as I was involved in a stare-down. Granted, there are so many other possibilities and explanations, logically speaking, of course, but I will elaborate on the strangeness of the encounter with this entity. The entity glowed a dull gray blue, and if I remember correctly, the moon was shining, so there was some visibility as far as light is concerned. The strange thing was that the entity uniformly glowed the dull gray blue everywhere, as if it was naked and had no clothes on. No clothing was noticed on the creature. I am not new to the UFO and alien reports due to earlier sightings I have experienced and subsequent research, but the oversized head, skinny legs and arms, large eyes were not present on this creature. In fact, the entity seemed much more human-like in form, athletic, intense, focused, at the ready, aggressive in posture. I did not notice any eyes on the creature in the gray-blue haze. Yet, I could tell that it was staring directly at me, in a sort of a standoffish way, like two animals in the wild that are infringing on each other's terrain. After locking eyes for 3 seconds, this entity seemed surprised to see me, as if it was waiting for me and that I had noticed it too soon and been alerted. The creature then ran at full speed into the woods at a 90-degree angle. I heard the bushes rustle as the creature took off into the woods, and also another sound to my immediate left that sounded like a deer going through the woods by the size of the sound, as if it were chasing after the entity. I told a friend about the incident, and she said it was just some random person walking in the woods at night, and it was nothing. This, of course, is very possible, but there was a strange energy to the encounter. Nonetheless, after this incident, I have decided to take a different path home from now on. I hunt toads for my snakes down at this river. They call it the old boat ramp. I have grown up hearing people tell me weird things or how they saw something in the woods, but it just ended up being a stump or something. I never believed in those tales until last night. I was walking around under the bridge and was not having much luck finding any toads. As I reached the corner there, about 25 feet away, I saw something crouching in the water. Its back was towards me and its arms were moving, and I assumed it was eating a fish or something. This was not a split-second ordeal. I had a pretty good flashlight, a 20-volt LED DeWalt, and I had the flashlight directly on whatever this thing was. While examining it, I'm thinking to myself, this is a bear. It is hunched over and it had shoulders like a man, a back like a man, and a head like a man. But it had short gray hair that wasn't thick. You could see the pink skin underneath. After about 15 seconds of staring at this thing, it stopped whatever it was eating and turned its head to look at me. When I was examining the back, I really wasn't freaked out or scared, but as soon as it turned its head and we made eye contact, that's when the feeling shot through me. The face on this thing, well, I can't even explain it. It resembled the faces I've seen on werewolves. Small, squinty eyes, a protruding snout. I could tell it was angry. This is why I know that it was not an animal or a bear or anything like that, because as soon as it noticed my flashlight, it stopped and looked ahead of itself to see where the light was coming from. This tells me that this creature had a thinking process more sophisticated than an animal's. However, once this thing looked at me and we made eye contact, I turned around and I booked it back to my Jeep. I hopped in the Jeep and locked the doors, and then I backed the Jeep up and turned on the brights to see if this thing was coming after me. Thankfully, I didn't see anything. I went back the next morning to see if there were any tracks. I'm not easily convinced of the supernatural or what people see without any proof. I actually saw some tracks, and they were quite large. I could tell that this thing had very large claws by the prints. I don't exactly expect you to believe what I saw or what I'm saying now. All that I am saying is be careful out in the woods when you're by yourself. I live in California, where there are many hills and mountains, pines and redwoods, tree mixes with other forest trees, but not many bushes. I know the wildlife since I've lived here for 20 years, but something terrifying has been lurking around, and not even 2 hours ago, I had this problem. Police and animal control left about 30 minutes ago. They found scratches on my clay roofing shingles. I'm sleeping with everything absolutely barricaded with my guns tonight. It started a week ago, with a mixture of human and animal gurgled screams coming from the mountains, faint and distant, but if you're quiet enough outside, you could hear it faintly. 2 days pass and it's closer, louder, more spine-chilling. Another 2 days pass, and my neighborhood said that his pet birds are acting extremely strange since the noises started. A day passes, and I gather more information. The noises start the moment the sun is gone, so like 5:40 or 6. A day passes. Screams are clear, terrifying, not consistent though. Maybe a 5-second scream every 30 or 45 minutes. The thing moves at a second-story height, jumps from tree to tree to house it seems. Tonight, I heard something thud on my roof, and then I heard the scream. It sounded like a human-animal hybrid that sounded like it was gurgling its own blood. I quietly moved to the other room in order to look out the window to see what this thing was. I saw what looked like a humanoid figure about 5 feet tall, and it was on all fours. Its body was very bony, and it seemed to have claws for hands. As soon as I saw the creature, I immediately let out a scream. This alerted the creature, and it jumped off my roof off into the woods. If you guys have any idea of what this could possibly be, please let me know. When I was about in middle school, my mom and I were driving home. It was winter and a full moon because I remember the snow glowing under the moon. It was only about 6 p.m., but it was really dark. We are going about 55 miles per hour when this thing crosses and steps in front of us. The only way that I can describe it is if you combined a deer, a dog, and a human. It stood about as tall as our windshield. It had the legs of what I had described as a deer. Its back was hunched over and it was walking on all fours. It had the head of a dog, minus the ears, but its eyes were white. It didn't have a tail. The freakish thing about this creature was its skin. It wasn't a canine with mange or anything. It had actual human skin, all the way down to its legs, too long to be dog legs. It had the rotting meat odor, and some parts of the flesh were broken open. It was pale white, and you could see its veins. This thing was very fast. It stood there and just ran across the road in the blink of an eye. My mom had to pull over to calm down, but we both saw it. This encounter occurred when I was about 8 years old. At the time, my family was renting and renovating a house that had been built in the 1700s. Some of the original house remained on the exterior. Admittedly, an awesome place to live as a kid, if you're the adventurous type. The property sat on 80 acres that included a large forest and a small pond about a mile back behind the house. My dad and sister and I would often walk out to the pond, which entailed a 15-minute journey through the dense New England forest. We called the pond Beaver Pond, due to the many beavers that lived in the area. My sister is 2 years younger than I, so she was about 6 at the time. One day, the three of us made our walk out to the pond in the early evening. Soon after we arrived at the pond, for some reason I wanted to go back to the house. I don't believe it was anything unusual. Halfway along the path home, the forest had started to dim a bit, and I got uncomfortable, so I began to run. I'm not sure why I wasn't looking in front of me. I might have been glancing to the sides and back, as my paranoia mounted, and suddenly, bam, I ran right into it. Shocked, I took a step back, and this is what I remember seeing. It was at least 3 times my height, and it stood on 2 legs. It was completely covered in long, gray-brown, slightly matted hair. Not fur, but hair, similar to humans. I recall it looking like a sloth, especially the head, that was walking upright on hind legs, with very slow movements. Most of it was moving in slow motion. I don't remember any facial features. Its arms were held up, kind of like a kangaroo's front legs. I didn't sense any malice or aggression coming from the creature. If anything, I got the feeling that it was surprised as I was. As soon as I got over my shock, I ran around it and continued running back to our house. I glanced back and saw it slowly turning its entire body around to look at me as I raced home. A couple of days ago, I asked my mom if she remembered me telling her about the incident, and she did, and added a couple of details. She said that I did describe a face and eyes watching me, and that at some point it hid behind a tree to watch me. I don't recall that part. Now, when I was 18, I was watching an episode of Unsolved Mysteries with my father late at night. A segment about a Sasquatch came up. After the segment, my dad told me that once, when we lived in New Hampshire, he took my sister in the family station wagon for a drive through the woods around the house. He said that at one point, both he and my sister saw something brown race across the road in front of them. At first I thought it was a deer, he said, but I quickly realized that it had a humanoid shape and it stood up on 2 legs, taking giant strides. I recently asked my sister about this, and she remembers it well. So there you have it. I know all too well about the fallibility of memory, and I readily admit that there were a lot of inconsistencies, but I've documented exactly what I remember, no more or less. At the time of the encounter, I didn't really know anything about ghosts, monsters, or Bigfoot. I did, however, have an intense phobia of primate faces for the rest of my childhood, up until I hit adolescence. Some people have suggested that I undergo regression hypnosis, but to be honest, I'm a little too afraid to. I can't shake the sense that there was more to the encounter that I can't remember, or was somehow lost. There could be a perfectly normal explanation. In fact, this is likely. However, I haven't been able to come up with anything that makes sense, other than the whole thing being the overactive imagination of a child. This happened in the middle of the night at my mom's house some years ago. I was asleep on the floor in the living room. Next to the living room is a room that can be seen through two large French doors. We call it the middle room. Next to that was my mother and stepdad's bedroom. The light in the middle room was left on, partly dimmed at night. I awoke and I saw 3 short gray aliens walking around in the middle room. They were about 5 feet tall, had long skinny arms, and were wearing these dark colored jumpsuits. The arms stood out to me the most because of how thin they were with no muscle tone. The eyes looked solid black and they were larger than a human's, though not as large as shown in some depictions. I don't remember about the noses or mouth, other than that those features were small and not noticeable. I don't remember any details about hands. I was able to sit up partly as I was watching them, but I had no energy to do anything else. They didn't seem to notice that I was watching them. Within a couple of minutes, I fell back to sleep. I'm guessing that they transmit something to keep everyone passed out, but sometimes it doesn't always work 100%. Here's the kicker. In the morning, my mom walked in and she said that the aliens were there the night before. I then told her what I saw. I asked her how many there were and what they looked like. Her description matched what I had seen. She had some other alien encounters, but this was the only time that I was there as a witness. This encounter happened around 2 years ago while I was living with my parents in Texas. At the time, I was waking up from a short nap and I didn't see anything unusual. I just figured it was some partial dream or something. I was napping on my bed. At the time I had a futon, so I wasn't too far off the ground, in the middle of the day. I can't remember the exact timing of when this took place to save my life. As I opened my eyes, I saw for only a second the image of a white humanoid creature kneeling on its haunches, looking at me. It couldn't have been very tall, since its eyes were only an inch above my bed. I could see the top of its knees, which were resting against its head. While I can't remember many details about its face, I knew somehow that it wasn't entirely right, for a lack of a better term. I can't remember if it even had hair on its head, or the color of its eyes, but I can remember that its skin was very pale, and looked as if it was just skin and bones. I don't know why the image of this creature was so vivid, even though I only saw it for a second, but even to this day, it stands out. The best thing that I can refer this thing to is a crawler. It was around 1 a.m. and I was gaming on my PC, since it was the weekend and I didn't have to worry about waking up for school. I stood up from my desk and made my way to the bathroom. I did my business as usual, but I noticed that the window was open. It was one of those windows that you have to slide open and close. Since I lived in Australia, it had a mosquito netting. Although it was pitch black outside, during the day it had rained on and off multiple times. The wind was picking up and I thought I'd have to go and close the window in case it rained again. The window was located directly above the bathtub, so in order to reach it, you'd have to put 1 foot inside. The window would always require a bit of effort to close, so as I started to close it, it made its usual sound as it dragged against the frame. Now before I get to the scary part, I have to explain the layout of my house. This was my old 2-story apartment complex, and outside and underneath the window is a little roof overhang, which shields the back door. As soon as the window started to close, I heard 2 loud footsteps banging on the roof, and then for a half second, I saw the silhouette of a humanoid being go past the window, as if it just jumped. I heard no landing sound, but this was entirely possible since the fence to the left of the bathroom was about 2 meters away from tall grass on the other side. Now, I know that it was really dark, but I swear that this wasn't a bird or a bat with its outstretched wings. It was definitely a humanoid shape, and it was much too large to be a possum. I instinctively jerked back out of the bathtub, and I ran into my parents' room, screaming and waking them up. Now this is the part that makes me sick to my stomach. My parents' curtains were wide open, but this means that the creature would have been able to stare at my parents sleeping. I don't know how I managed to sleep that night. If this was truly an alien, then it was only 1 meter away from me through a wall and a window. This happened about 4 years ago, before people started getting internet access. We had never heard of shadow people or anything remotely similar, and if we wanted to learn about something, we went to the public library, and I took every opportunity to read about ghosts, vampires, and demons. I grew up in a very negative and a very angry home, so in retrospect, I can see how something like this came to be in my house. A friend and I were hanging out at my house, and we decided to leave. I was 2 years under the age of driving, but Tom had his license and his own car. We left the house through the kitchen door into the backyard, from which you make an immediate right turn, go through the gate, and you're standing on the driveway. Even though nobody else was home, we typically didn't bother locking the kitchen door, because it was a safe and quiet neighborhood and the door was behind a gate. We went to his car, but as I got in, he remembered that he had forgotten something inside. I waited in the car as he went back in through the gate and into the kitchen. The kitchen was what I referred to as a shotgun kitchen. When you went through that door, you could see the whole length of the kitchen and down the entire hallway that ended in a bathroom. Down that hall, the doorway to my bedroom was the first door on the left, and immediately across from it was the doorway to the den with the sofa and TV. Not more than 10 seconds after he went in, Tom came flying through that gate faster than I thought he could move. His skin had gone pale, and he was definitely horrified of something. He jumped in the car and turned it over and hauled it out of my driveway. He wouldn't answer my questions about what was going on until we were gone. He told me that he went into the kitchen. Movement down the hall caught his attention. He said that he saw someone come out of my room, cross the hall, and enter the den. He said it was shaped like a person, and it reminded him of a ghost, except that instead of being white, it was black, and it scared the crap out of him. I had known Tom for a couple of years up to this point, and him being a liar was not part of his personality. He just wasn't the type to make things up. I lived in that house for 4 more years and never saw anything like that. However, Tom never set foot in that house again. He moved a couple of years after this happened, and we lost touch. But a year or two after he moved, he tracked me down and showed up one night while we were shooting some pool and drinking beers. I asked him about that one night, and he still stood by his original account. I still believe him. When I was about 12 years old, I was laying in my bed on Christmas Eve. My bed was exactly opposite my large bedroom window, which gave me a view of the top of our property fence and a very large tree just beyond it. It was one of those weird nights where it seemed to never truly get dark. The sky kept a red hue about it all night. I was past the age of major Christmas excitement, so I fell asleep pretty normally. I woke up suddenly and I was fully alert. I was laying on my back when I opened my eyes. They met another set of eyes. Outside, sitting in the tree beyond the fence, that's what I can only describe as a demon. It was fully fixed on me and not moving. The eyes reminded me of a cat. Huge with elongated pupil, yellow and very iridescent. The body was not large. It was pretty lean and dark scaly skin covered its body. It was sitting with its legs pulled over its chest, kind of crouched. This visual has stayed with me vividly for my entire life. Over 20 years have passed, and I can still see it sitting across from me, like it was just the other day. I felt scared and threatened inside for myself. We maintained eye contact for what felt like a very long time. I don't remember breaking eye contact, saying anything, or seeing it move. It seemed like I just fell back asleep at some point, but I kind of doubt that's actually how it happened. I wondered if I was hypnotized or something. I woke up the next day and I remembered it immediately. I just knew it wasn't a dream. It was far too real. I didn't say anything to my parents at this point, as it was now Christmas Day, but I was sullen and it affected me greatly. Fast forward to the next Christmas Eve, and every Christmas Eve that followed me up until the age of 18. I fainted every single Christmas Eve for at least 5 years. Fainting was not something I typically did. It was scary in itself, and it always had the same experience. I'd feel this aura begin to fill itself into my body. I would then hear this faint symphony music and experience this coma-like state where I could hear the people around me trying to help,
but I couldn't react. Eventually, I couldn't keep this secret anymore. I was smart enough to make the connection that I saw this demon and had since fainted daily on the anniversary of it. I told my parents what I'd seen years ago, expecting them to say something silly or crazy. But instead, they met me with a stony face, and I got to hear their stories. I won't tell you what they experienced, but it wasn't pleasant. Needless to say, this is a very serious thing that me and my family are going through.